call this meeting to order. If everyone will please stand for the invocation and the pledges, and Pastor David Bendette of Rock City Church is going to lead us in our invocation.
Good morning. Lord, I thank you for your goodness and your kindness and your mercy towards us. I thank you that our county and our city belongs to you. I pray that in every decision that's made today, that you would give us the spirit of wisdom and revelation. That, Lord, we'd know what you're saying, that we would know what you want, and that our lives would be fully submitted to you in everything that we do and every decision we make. Thank you for this court, Lord. Thank you for everyone that's a part of it. Thank you for these commissioners. Thank you for everyone that works here and works for them. Thank you, God, for your purposes and plans being established in their lives. Lord, I thank you that you build this city and that we don't have to watch in vain. Thank you so much, Lord, that we can be spirit-led, that we can trust you, that we can know you, that you can be the Lord of our lives and guide us and direct us into every decision that we make. I speak great peace to this court. I pray for unity and that, Lord, we would work together as a team and as a family to lead this county in the direction that you want it to go. We love you so much, Lord. We welcome you here, and we thank you for your presence. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you all. You may be seated. It is 9:05, and I call this meeting to order. We have all commissioners present. The date is March the 8th, Wednesday, 2023. We are in the Nueces County courtroom, 901 Leopard Street. Where is Ade? Do we need her there? Do we have any announcements or disclosure of conflicts of interest? There being none, we will move forward to resolutions, proclamations. On item number 1, we want to move to the second week in April because the school is performing somewhere else. They couldn't be here today. Item number 2, in recognition of Cesar Chavez Week, March 25th through March 31st, 2023. And my chief of staff is going to read that resolution for us.
Commissioners Court Resolution. Whereas Cesar Chavez, after attending more than 30 elementary and middle schools and achieving an 8th grade education, left school to work full-time as a farm worker to help support his family. Whereas at the age of 17, Cesar Chavez entered the United States Navy and served the United States with distinction for 2 years. Whereas in 1948, Cesar Chavez returned from military service, and as early as 1949, Cesar Chavez was committed to organizing farm workers to campaign for safe and fair working conditions, reasonable wages, livable housing, and outlawing child labor. Whereas in 1962, Cesar Chavez established the National Farm Workers Association, which eventually became the United Farm Workers of America. Whereas under the leadership of Cesar Chavez, the United Farm Workers of America organized thousands of migrant farm workers to fight for fair wages, health care coverage, pension benefits, livable housing, and respect. Whereas during his lifetime, Cesar Chavez was a recipient of the Martin Luther King Jr. Peace Prize and posthumously awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Whereas community organizations, including the Coastal Bend Labor Council, the Corpus Christi American Federation of Teachers, the West Side Business Association, and others have joined together to celebrate his legacy. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby acknowledges and celebrates the life of Cesar Chavez with Texans and designates March 25th through the 31st of 2023 as Cesar Chavez Week.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that wishes? Yes. Dr. Vera, if you would like to speak on behalf.
I got it. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. We are really excited this year because we have hooked up with the Texas A&M University's Antonio E. Garcia Arts and Education Center to provide, and the Westside Business Association, to provide a celebration of Cesar Chavez's life and, of course, a celebration of our community. One of the most important things that we're doing is bringing Sister Norma Pimentel, who is a humanitarian down in the valley, and I know that one day she's going to win the Nobel Peace Prize, but she's gotten a global recognition for her work in feeding and the hungry and clothing those who are suffering. So we're very excited about this year. Esmer is the director of the Antonio E. Garcia Arts and Education Center, TAMU-CC. Esmer, do you have anything to say?
I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here today, and I welcome everybody to the Antonio Garcia Center on March 25th to celebrate the Marcha and the festival after the speaker series with Sister Norma Pimentel, which is at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Yes, so come to our breakfast, Judge and everybody. Come to our breakfast. It's at 9 o'clock at the Antonio Garcia Arts and Education Center. Then right after that, we're working with the RTA to get a shuttle bus to take us to the point where we're going to start our marcha. And we're going to march. It's really short, so if you don't worry. It's really short. We're going to provide flags. And then after that, we're going to have a rally, and we're going to have food trucks, and we're going to have a kiddie corner, and we're going to give out books to the children. It's going to be fun. So come on out. Thank you so much for your time.
What time did you say?
Which one?
On the breakfast?
The breakfast starts at 9 in the morning.
5th?
Yes. All right. I hope to see all of you there. Commissioner Hernandez, Jag, John.
I always work with Esmer.
You're always there. That's right, you are.
Esmer. I
Are you gonna
I
walk?
always work with you, right?
All right.
We have this resolution for you.
Big
as
support.
Do I go get it?
Do yes. Do you want to?
Yeah, I want to get it. Can we have a picture with you?
Yes, absolutely. Would y'all like to come take a picture? Absolutely.
Right up here? Come on.
I've gained weight, man. I gotta go. Good for you.
Thank you. Come on, Esmer. I think they're all going to get everybody in there. Yeah, they were supposed to wear their shirts. I was the only one who did.
But it looks good.
Oh, yeah, it looks good. I do. Come on, Jay. All right, thank you. Thank you. Yes, good to see you too. Thank you so much. I hope to see you all over there. Yeah, it's going to be like $10, $50 so we can all sit the cost of it. But it's going to be neat.
Oh, yes.
Okay, to it. I forgot everything.
Oh, is that one?
Make sure, I think she's
I think
got-
she has theirs already. Yeah, they already got it. I think that's the other one. She has it. Walking away with our stuff. Okay, Dr. Bear.
The first resolution that you need to move to until
Table
April
to the second week, the second meeting.
2nd and vote on that.
So moved.
What are we doing with that one?
Oh, I was going to do all of those next because we have three that we're going to table. Do we need to? I just went out of order. I waited because I have three others that we're going to table. Okay.
Just making you aware.
Thank you.
So what do you want to table?
We have two other ones that we're going to table. I was going to do that next after this one. I just skipped over to the first one. Yeah. I skipped over the first one because
Oh,
they're not going to
okay.
be here. Yeah.
So, yes, ma'am.
Moving on to number 3, in recognition of March 2023 as National Social Work Month. And would you read that one, please?
Commissioners Court resolution in recognition of March 2023 as National Social Work Month. Whereas social workers enter the profession because they have a strong desire to help empower individuals, families, communities, and our nation overcomes issues that prevent them from reaching their full potential. Whereas social workers have worked for more than a century to improve the human well-being and enhance the basic needs of all people. Whereas social workers follow a code of ethics that call on them to fight social injustice and respect the dignity and worth of all people. Whereas social workers positively touch the lives of millions of Americans each day and in a variety of places, including hospitals, schools, the military, child welfare agencies, community centers, and in federal, state, and local government. Whereas the 2023 Social Work Month theme, Social Work Breaks Barriers, embodies how social workers help empower individuals, families, communities, and our society to overcome hurdles that prevent them from achieving better well-being. Whereas social workers are the largest group of mental health care providers in the United States, working daily to help thousands of Americans overcome mental illnesses such as depression and anxiety. Whereas social workers have helped people cope with death and grief and helped people in communities recover from natural disasters. Whereas social workers have helped this nation live up to its values by advocating for equal rights for all. Whereas the social work profession is one of the fastest growing careers in the United States, with about 708,000 social workers today and more than 60,000 more social workers expected to enter the profession over the next decade. Whereas social workers have continued to push for changes that have made our society a better place to live and social safety net programs that help ameliorate poverty, hunger, and homelessness. Whereas social workers endeavor to work throughout our society to meet people where they are and help empower people and our society to reach the goals they wish to attain. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby recognizes the numerous contributions made by America's social workers. Nueces County proclaims the month of March 2023 as National Social Work Month and calls upon all citizens to join the court in celebration and support of the social work profession. Duly adopted by vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas on this 8th day of March 2023.
Thank you. And Rebecca, you're
So
going to
moved.
speak on? Yes. Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dee, for reading that because it was very long. One of the things I would like to say when I went back and I read this resolution, all of these ladies that are here with me today, I think when we interviewed them, they all said they had a strong desire to help. That's the one thing we hear from our social workers and our caseworkers that work for social services. And when I read through this, some words stuck out to me. Empower, overcome, improve, enhance, respect, and help. And that's what they do every day in their job. And so I want them to come up here and stand with me because I don't stand here alone. You know, they're the whole reason. And I'd like to introduce, we recently lost 2 social work supervisors, and so the new social work supervisor for the Robstown office is Angelica Garza, right there. And we have with us today Ariana Velasquez, Jennifer Vela, our social worker 2, Lydia Rodriguez, and caseworker Jennifer Rodriguez. And so they work every day, social services as the safety net for our community. We thank you for your continued support.
We thank you for your support of our community.
For all you'll do.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you all for all you do.
Thank you. Can we get a picture?
Yes, absolutely. Do we have that resolution? Oh, you have it already? Okay.
Gets a little crowded in the well.
I get to stand up here.
Stand by you. Exactly. When you're hiding behind Robert, I was like, you're hiding behind Robert.
Everybody uses me for cover.
Thank you, ladies. Thank y'all, ladies. We appreciate everything. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You really.
Okay, I think we moved too quickly on item number 2. I need a motion and a second to approve that resolution. We
So
didn't need a
move.
vote. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes, and Commissioner Gonzalez is not in here. On tabled items, we have 3 that I have on the list that they've requested to be moved. The E1, the mariachis, moved to the second meeting in April. C2 moved to the next meeting, second meeting in March. And F1 moved to the second meeting in March.
I'm sorry, what, Judge, you said F1 to the second meeting in March? And what was
Yes,
the other-
the next upcoming meeting, yes.
And what was the other one? I'm sorry.
C2.
C2. C? Which? Hold on. 2, sorry.
Under Public Works,
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Sorry. Under regular agenda, so 3C2?
Yes.
Okay.
yes. And Human Resources, F1, yes. Those 3
Judge,
are all I have. Are there any others?
I had number, well, I'll let you do yours because
Yes.
mine are a different date.
Well, there's 2 different dates, so we need 2 votes because one's in April and the other 2 are second. Let's do the first 2, the second
You should-
meeting.
Okay, well,
The
how
next-
about, I'll make a motion to table number 1, the El Mariachi Soul, to the second meeting in March. That would be a motion to
Second
table.
that. All those in favor say aye.
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 And then, which, your other one, Judge? was-
C2 and F1 move to our next meeting. I think it's March 22nd is the date. Yes.
And I'm sorry, you said,
I make the motion to move item C2 and item F1 to our March 22nd meeting.
and C2, you're saying 3C2, Judge?
3C2, it is on the Hilltop.
Okay. And then the other one, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing, my bad. And the other one is which one?
Under Human Resources and under Public Works. Both of
Okay.
those. C2 is under Public Works, and F1 is Human Resources. It's not on the regular agenda.
Gotcha. Okay.
Those 2 to our March 22nd meeting. I made the motion. Do I have a second? Did I already get a second? Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Judge, I do have one.
Yes.
Which would be 3C1 under Public Works. I'd like to table that to the second meeting in April.
We have a motion to table C1 to the second meeting in April. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
Judge, would it be okay if I had some flexibility with the court to bring that back if I can on the first meeting? I just want to give myself as much room as I need, but if that's okay, can I amend that motion to say the second meeting unless it's ready to go by the first meeting in April? Is that okay with everybody?
I don't have a problem with that. I'll
Commissioner
second
Zeller?
it. Yes.
Okay.
uh-huh.
Is that okay,
Yes.
Lorenzo? That's good, clear? Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any other tabled items?
We table F.
Yes, we did
did yours.
F1. Yes.
We took care of you while you're gone.
Yes. Then moving on, if there are no further ones right now, we'll go on to F, public comment. Do we have the list for? And first up, we have Beatrice Charo from Robstown.
Good morning, Judge Scott and Commissioners. My name is Beatrice Charo. I'm the City Administrator for the City of Robstown, and I'm very happy to be here with you all today. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here to request support for Agenda Item 3A4. The City of Robstown is excited to collaborate with Nueces County on our Diaz Park Pool Renovation Project. As you may know, the community of Nueces County and Robstown utilizes pool during the summer months, and it has been in dire need of repair. With the help of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department and hopefully Nueces County, we will be able to install those upgrades that we need for the pool so that the community can utilize a safe and fun recreation activity for the summer. So I would just like to request support for item 3A4. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Next up, we have Suzanne Guggenheim.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I wanted today to speak regarding items 4A and 5A. Regarding 4A, which is asking the court to appoint outside counsel to discuss potential attorney for obligation of the county relating to the removal of the current district attorney. I would like to speak in opposition of that proposition. I don't think there's any reason to prevent the county attorney to do the job that she was elected to do, which is to advise the court in a matter that is of her resort and spend the taxpayer money in appointing an outside counsel. So, and linked to this is, of course, the matter really of the subject, which is 5A, is to consider hiring outside counsel to represent the district attorney Mark Gonzalez in the litigation to remove him. I really would find very outrageous that the court would spend taxpayer money to defend the district attorney against a litigation that is brought by the people against him to remove him because they are not happy with what he's doing. So I hope that the court is not going to make such a decision. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on public speaking? Thank you very much. We will move on to item G, board appointments. B, number 1, G1, Nueces County Emergency Services District 2.
Judge, if I can make a comment on that.
Yes, sir.
So it's been brought to my attention, and I asked for this county advisory, and I know the county attorney is working on that and has told me that they will have this by the next meeting in regards to the questions on the ESD have been raised that there may or may not be the authority for the board to do any kind of action in regards to a merger with the city that's been proposed by the city to the board. And so I've asked the county attorney to look into the legalities of that. She's assured me that, I've talked to her several times about it, she's assured me that that will be brought back to us next meeting with advice. I will be asking on that advisory, as I will another one today, that privilege be waived so that that discussion can be had in public, because I don't believe it's really anything secretive. It needs to be put out there, and the public need to be aware of what the ramifications are. This has become a very politicized type situation. one side wants me to keep the board intact, and one side wants us to change the entire board for a specific agenda. I'm not comfortable making those decisions. I don't think it's right from this court to make a decision on that, especially since we don't know if that change of board will even have an impact that they think it will. It's been relayed to me, I don't have it confirmed, but it's been relayed to me that the board doesn't have the ability to do that. I don't know that that's right. Jenny hasn't given me anything on that. I've asked her to specifically do that. I understand she's also meeting with the city on Friday to have discussions. I've asked her to do that as well with the city attorney, who has done research on this as well. And so I think it's prudent to wait on part of this and do part of this today. And I'm saying all this because I want to make everyone clear that I've done this on purpose, because there are legal questions that have yet to be answered on this. And if the board can't do what everybody thinks the board can do, then there's really, in my opinion, it's a little harder to justify some sort of wholesale change for people who have represented well, and quite frankly, for many years, were the only applicants. This is the first time we've even had additional applicants for the ESD board, which I'm glad we do, and they're great applicants, and they need to be seriously considered. But I would like to get that legal opinion. Now, that's on part of it. On part of it, I do believe there is an unintentional conflict, because currently one board member works, it's been brought to my attention, one board member works for another board member. I think that is a little problematic when you're dealing with taxpayer dollars and millions of dollars. And again, these are two outstanding individuals that I believe could easily rise above that and have risen above that. But again, once that conflict's been brought to my attention, I think it's worth dealing with. And in the past, the conflict was overcome by the fact that we literally had no other applicants. So that being said, what I would like to do, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to catch up and get to the point in my book where it is, because I've got to do this. So give me 1 second. I'm trying to find the, what is the number on it? I'm sorry, I have not. I'm going to make a partial motion to table and then a motion to reappoint to replace one board member. And I'm going to, if that's okay with the court, because of the conflict, not because of the politics involved with the other part of it. So my first motion would be to appoint Kaylin Paxson to replace Ms. Bolton, who has been an outstanding board member, but she is the person who works for one of the other board members. And I've relayed this, and for the record, she doesn't agree with me. I've had dialogue with her and explained I'm sorry that we don't agree, because I think she's done an outstanding job. She doesn't believe it's a conflict, but I do. I think it's just not something that one board member that works for another board member should be serving on a taxing entity. So that's just my personal belief, and the county attorney has kind of verified that with sometimes if it looks like it is, then maybe it's an opportunity to make some changes. So I would like to replace Ms. Paxson with Ms. Bolton at this point. So
Replace Ms. Bolton with Ms. Paxson.
Correct, and that would be my motion today as a partial, and then I'll make a motion to table after. So, but I want everybody to understand that and hear it. And again,
I'll second that motion. Do we have any other discussion, anyone?
Okay, all we're doing is one, right?
just one at this point, yes, sir.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you. And then on the second one, I would like to table these other two appointments until we get the advisory from the county attorney to see what, if anything, this board can do. Because what I've heard is if there's going to be changes to this ESD, it may have to be up by a petition. And that's don't know if that's right, that's what I've heard, that the board really can't even go into or make this decision with the city. But again, that may not be right, because the city has done a lot of research on this too. And so Jenny's going to meet with them on Friday. I want to get it all out there. But I know that I understand there's one way that there may have to be some sort of petition drive, because the ESD was put in place by an election, and possibly it would have to be taken out by an election, and that would be then up to the people to decide, which quite honestly, that's, in my opinion, the way it ought to be. It shouldn't be a board of 5 or a commissioner's court of 5. That's a big, huge deal to take away something. But if that's the case, then we need to outline for everybody what how it goes and what has to happen so that everybody knows exactly the legalities of this as well. So my motion to table the rest of the board appointments until the next meeting, and the county attorney has assured me we'd have that advisory at that point.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you. So, okay, where am I at? Moving on to consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone wishes to pull from the consent agenda for
Yes, Judge.
discussion?
I have item P,
P,
P as in Paul, and Z as in zebra.
and Z as in zebra. Any other ones? Anyone?
Z was mine too, Judge.
Yes.
And C?
C, Commissioner Hernandez, any for you?
No,
Are
ma'am.
we good? So do I have a motion to pass the consent agenda items? Are excluding, I guess I shouldn't do the motion, somebody else should do it.
Judge, the motion would be to pass all the consent agenda items except C, P, and Z.
Z, P and Z.
C,
P and Z.
C, P, and Z.
C, P, and
Charlie,
Z.
Paul, zebra.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, going to C. Authorized payment of bills, special motion list, American Rescue Plan Act. C. I think that was yours, Commissioner Gonzalez? Yes.
I just, I pulled C because I wanted to kind of, I guess I can ask, I guess we can pass everything except for 17, 18, and 27.
17, 18, and 27.
Yeah, I move to pass everything except for 17, 18, and 27. I want those for discussion.
Motion to pass the remainder of item C other than 17, 18, and 27.
That's what I said.
That'd be the motion.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to pass everything but items 17, 18, and 27. Any other discussion on that, or all those in favor, say aye.
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 The reason I pulled those, because I want to just kind of bring it up for clarification. I think that most of the contracts that we do say that the invoices should be sent on a monthly basis to the county auditor's office. And for some reason, we continue to have, invoices that are back 3-4 months, and that creates a problem. And right now, the problem is that we don't have a couple of agencies with us anymore, but man, these invoices keep coming up. And I don't know, from way back then, from October, November, and one of them was for September. So is there any way we can go back and look what everything that's submitted and just pay these things off? Because I don't know what else they owe. And when it says for us to pay it, I mean, I like to have a balance, I'd like to say, well, we should have a balance of so much that we owe them. And if they don't submit everything within the next, 15 days or 20 days, something, we should just, I don't know what we do, but I'm asking the county attorney, I think it's got to be, for us to say we got to pay on time, then I think we should also say, if the contract says you got to submit on time. And I don't know if there's any kind of penalty for that, or what do we do? But, I think this is just, the problem is that when we don't use that agency anymore, we keep getting these invoices for the next 3, 4, 5 months, and really, I don't know, Dale, maybe you have any suggestions on this?
Well, this is the process when we finally get the invoices from the party that's responsible for overseeing this. For these particular items, there might be different departments that receive these invoices, but once they finalize their process and send it to my office, that's when we put it on the agenda. That's why you have some of these are later dates. You'll have to ask the department any question of why some are taking so long. Some could be that work hours are not in agreement with what they believe, or the construction is not in the process of where they are, or whatever the process might be. But once it's on this list, means that the department has submitted it to my office. My office has reviewed the contract and put it on this agenda for your approval, because we've gotten the approval from the department in question.
Okay, thank you. That brings me to the next thing, that the department is submitting this thing. I went back and reviewed some of these invoices, and I don't know how we're approving these things either, because there's no detail of the invoices, of what's been done and when and date, other than we did this at this time and that's it. And we met with so-and-so and that's it. But it doesn't say what day, what time, it doesn't say where, if I'm paying, somebody in my house this much money, I want to know what I'm paying for, and what they're charging me for. And I'm not going to just pay, somebody comes to my house and say, you owe me $100,000 because I met with so-and-so or did this. I want to know what you did with so-and-so. I want to know how many hours. Although it's hours are there, but I can't believe somebody would talk to somebody for 10 hours, or 8 hours. That bothers me when I see somebody that says I submitted 8 hours talking to somebody. I have never talked to anybody, not even over an hour. If I can't tell you what I'm wanting in an hour, I got a problem, right? So and I have a problem. I have a problem with this. This is why I'm bringing this up now. So we need to correct this in the future. We need to kind of streamline this thing here, and I think those departments that are especially the emergency services and grants, I think we need to find out how can we. I would like to see more detail when somebody submits an invoice to you. I like to see some detailed invoices. Not just because they're telling you that we owe them, we're going to pay them, but I like to see how we paying them, why we paying them. So this is my Judge, my recommendation that somehow we get together with the departments that are submitting this and we kind of streamline this thing. And in the future, I like to see better invoices from our contractors than we have now. This is really ridiculous that we're paying all this money and then there's not even a paragraph in there of what they're doing. So.
Well, possibly in our contracts, maybe when we sign contracts with them, to have more detailed information about how their invoices have to be in timely, where we don't have an invoice coming up that is 6 months to a year old or anything like that, where if it's not turned in within a certain amount of time, then we're not under obligation to pay it. So that would help get them on the ball with turning in their information.
Especially the ones that have subcontractors, and because I know one of them submits hers, but don't submit the subcontractors. I don't know what the problem is there, and are we asking them, how come the subcontractors are not submitting theirs? Because, when there's subcontractors, they should be submitting same time that the contractor is submitting. So, this is really, I think, something we need to relook at. So,
I agree.
I pulled this out just for that purpose, and I think we need to probably later on meet with the departments that are submitting these invoices and say, we need more detail, more streamlined. So.
But we also need to work better on our contracts.
On the contract,
yes,
definitely in the contract.
Okay, I agree with that.
So I just, I move that we go ahead and pass it because it's already on here, but, there's nothing we can do about it now.
I appreciate that.
So I move we pass 17, 18, and 27.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to pass 17, 18, and 27 with the recommendation that we work on getting these more timely and more information included. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to item P, and I think you pulled that one, Commissioner Martis.
Yes, Judge. I just want to go on record to say I appreciate the update that we received for the activities for fiscal year 21 to 22, which is October 1st to September 30th of 22. And so this gives us a good idea of a lot of the work that's being done on behalf of Animal Services, which obviously deals with animal control, response to bites, and other animals that are just out on the loose in some of our rural parts and into some of our communities here in the county. I just did have a general question today. I don't know if you can help provide this, or if maybe we can get this the next go around. This is very helpful, like I said, but I know this was presented by the chair of the Animal Services Advisory Board, and the way it's written is it's a report from Animal Services. So I'm not sure if we can get one directly from them or if it's similar, but definitely I know that there's been a lot of questions regarding the new facility that we have, and also just, you know, we went through a name change and I think a philosophical change of how we respond to animal control. It's no longer animal control, it's just services.
Yes.
And that's a big part of how this is done throughout the country now. And so I welcome that change, and I think we're doing a great job with that, fostering and adopting. And I know there'll be some movement here probably next few weeks or months to transition maybe even more that we've talked about before, as far as maybe have an actual staff member that could do some of the work that we have volunteers doing right now. But if we can get this put together, maybe by Juan or the entire team, right?
Well,
And just present it to us.
If I could inject
Yes.
1 second, the reason that the chair presents this is statutorily, the advisory it's her position. That's what she's supposed to do annually, to report that. I had
And
Juan
so-
and them
and-
both in. She is required by statute to turn that in
No,
annually. Yes.
I know,
Okay.
and I appreciate that. We've had that in the past, but that's what I'm saying is it's just listed as Animal Services Report. And so the board does not report for Animal Services. They report kind of maybe what they've done, maybe what they do on behalf or
We get an
coordination,
addition, we get a
but just maybe
report
some
from
additional
that,
work.
yes. But
That's-
she has to do a report
Yeah,
too.
no, I
so
totally
yes,
get that
okay.
part. And like I said,
Yeah.
I do appreciate this update because I think it gives the court an opportunity to see all that's been done, because those volunteers have done a lot.
Yes.
But I think that if there's anything addition, or also just to hear from maybe Juan or someone on the team that can present it, doesn't even have to be presented, right? Just something similar like this. If one of us wants to review and bring them up and have them present, then great. And if not, we can just take it, receive it, and read it on our own and approve it.
We should have it for every department head, John. It's a
Oh,
great
I agree.
idea.
That's
I
not a
agree.
bad
I
deal.
was
It's a
going to
great-
kind of say
no,
we should probably
great
be doing
idea.
this for more departments. So this
Great
is a
idea.
good start. I appreciate it, and it's helpful, but maybe we can look at doing that. It doesn't have to be immediate, maybe, within the next few months, though, but I
Yeah,
think
it could be a
this is good
quarterly or
time to
by
do it.
every 6 months, something. I mean, that's a great
Sure.
idea. No,
Sure.
very well. I think so.
So-
I'm sorry, were you done?
Hey, I'm on
Are you
that-
going
on
to
that
make a
part.
motion to go
Wait,
ahead and pass?
were you going to talk more on
Well,
that?
no, go ahead. I was, wait.
Oh, no, I'm
finish your-
done.
Oh, okay. Judge, I was just going to add to, I think we're going to have this as a bigger part of the discussion, because I know that's going to come. I think you said next meeting that we're going to get that. And we're going to me, this department, as I've said publicly, and I'll continue to say, needs a lot of look at overhaul in all different aspects. And I think part of that is we're to blame in not maybe providing the right amount of resources, because, for example, I've asked that I've sent an email to the auditor to put it in budget consideration that we need to look potentially at adding a position out there, and maybe one that reports to the court. We'll have that discussion later, that takes care of the animals, that helps get them placed, and that really, because what I don't ever want us to be is I want us to be a no-kill shelter. And so the only way we can do that is to have someone, I think, on staff that really takes care of finding placement for the animals, because we're very fortunate that we've got a very active community out there, board members and non-board members, that really work hard to get animals placed. But in my opinion, you can't always count on board members doing that. They're an advisory board. They're only supposed to advise. It's great that they go the extra mile. It's great that others out there go the extra mile, but we've got to have a process in place that we can handle it when these board members cycle off and they're not as active, because not everybody who wants to be on an advisory board wants to go save animals. They want to advise on how to save animals, but maybe not physically go do it, which is understandable. So I think we're going to have a great, I hope, robust discussion on how we can make this department better in general next meeting. But I think you're 100% right. She has to statutorily do this, but you're right. I think Juan should be putting something forward too, and say, here's what the department does, and that needs to be something we need to put on for maybe a policy discussion or whatever, that says once every 6 months we get a written report from department heads, every department head, that even the ones that we don't appoint. I mean, coastal parks, and I think who the other one would be, emergency management. I mean, we need to get every 6, that's a great idea, John, and I don't know if we can make that as a motion today, or we need to just put it on as a policy for next time, because every 6 months would be great to have something, here's what Public Works did, here's what, and that's posted, and put in the agenda, and the whole world can see it. And like you said, if someone needs to call them up, we can, but if not, a lot of this stuff I just like to read and don't have questions about, but we don't have to have 30 more presentations. I'm not saying that, but that's a great idea. So I'll put that, you want to put that on for next agenda?
I would, I always I want to go the less complicated route. I think idea here is obviously she would work with the judge on that to coordinate. If we need an official vote to make it official, then let's do it. But, I think.
Good idea.
y'all hear
We
it
could
and
just
you
send
can
a
help guide
request
it,
out to the
guide-
departments
Yeah, just
that-
send
Good
it out
idea.
to different
Yeah.
department heads and
Yeah,
just start on that.
I agree.
Very good.
So I
wanna
make a
make a
motion
motion?
to accept the item P.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. And moving on to item Z, I think you had that one too, John, and I think Brent was going to pull it too, so.
Yes, Judge. I had a general question about this. I want, is this tied into, Jenny, I don't know if you want to take it, or Jeff, if you're going to take it. Is this tied to our executive session item, or is it
Yes.
something totally different? And should we hold off on this until we get better direction later on? Or?
There are two separate issues. There are two separate attorney issues in question.
Okay.
The one that is on consent is the retention of an attorney to advise the court in executive or in open regarding the obligations of the court to pay for a separate attorney. And we did feel like that was appropriate since my position is the one tasked with prosecuting this case on that part of the state. It didn't feel like it would pass the smell test for me to come tell the court or advise the court regarding that expenditure.
And I'm glad you did that. That was one question that I haven't had too many people ask, but the few that have asked about it was, how can you have the county attorney give advisement, but also taking this role?
Right.
So I appreciate you taking that.
Thank you.
My question's answered.
Thank you. No, Brent.
Judge,
Commissioner.
a similar, and I agree, Jenny, I think that was the better part of valor. I think it needed to be out there that you requested this.
Yes.
Nobody else requested this, outside counsel being hired, but you requested it because of your potential not passing the smell test, using your words. I think that's the better part of valor as well. I think it could certainly be, looked upon, since you now, by law, have to be the prosecutor in this case. That's not your choice either. And I'm really disappointed in the ruling, made by the first judge that said you had to weigh in, because that's not the statute either. That puts you in a very bad political position. That I'm sorry that I don't like to be critical of judges, but I've read that, and it's not how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to have a hearing first. It's supposed to be a show cause hearing, kind of show cause, probable cause hearing. Then the judge decides whether or not to issue the citation. It's not. I don't read it to where you should have had to opt in. That's an impossible position to put county attorneys in. Not fair. And I think the judge, sorry, but I don't think he made the right ruling on that. And I'm going to say that because that defies logic that the county attorney would have to opt in, because that can go either way. So that's ridiculous. So that being said on that, also, Judge, that I would like to make, and I don't know if I can do it here, but if it's prudent enough, I think the court needs to really consider waiving its privilege and having this discussion in public also. This is a public official that we're dealing with. I think that, we always are told we have to or we don't have to, right, provide defenses. I'd like the public to be able to hear that, and the only way we can do that is to waive privilege. And so I can make that motion now, or I can make it later if it's not germane on this particular item, since this is a ratification. I'll ask Jenny if it's appropriate now to make the motion, but I do want to let people know that I really want to move forward with that discussion in public so that everybody knows.
Jeff, yes, it can't be
Well-
Jenny.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, no, that's just whether or not the motion is prudent. That's not advising.
Moving around on the agenda, that's...
Yeah, no.
Well, I think the motion refers to F4A, the one we're asking for it to go to close. It's not on this item as a consent item, just ratifying the hiring of the attorney. So I would assume your motion would have to come later on.
I'll live with that, Judge. I just want to make the public know that that's what I'm going to ask the court to do.
You
everybody
get
can
Jeff
hear.
to give us the official opinion.
Well,
I'm
it's
just
this
stating
is
mine.
a very sensitive issue, and
Yes.
I think we need to have it in public so that people understand why we do or don't do. If the law said, to me, it's pretty clear cut. If the law says we have to provide them a defense, then that's what the law says. If the law says we don't have to provide them a defense, then that's what the law says. And I haven't heard the briefing. I don't know, because, so I don't know what the law is, but I think the public ought to hear it. So anyway, I'll make it later.
So the Branscombe firm has already been hired?
Yes. They were
Yes,
here today.
for
This is
that-
their
for
here-
that
The
narrow
representatives are
purpose
here in
today.
court today?
Yes.
Yes.
So
They will be.
I'd like to hear from them to kind of tell us that it's right to move forward on this item?
Well,
Since
He's
they've
not
already been
here
hired?
She's
yet.
saying it's not the time not to do it on this one. We'll do it on the next one.
This is just to hire him for that. When we bring the item up before we go into closed session, that's when that should probably be brought up.
Yeah.
But they're already hired, they're already being paid,
They are going to be here for the session.
but
so
they're already
yes.
being paid, yes?
Yes,
This is a ratification.
yes. We had to hire them to get them here for the
Well,
opinion
and
beforehand.
let's be clear, the county attorney doesn't have to ratify. She has all the ability, and you know this, I want to say publicly, the county attorney can hire an attorney anytime she wants to without coming to us. That's the obligation she has. She doesn't have to ever come to us. She's kind enough to bring them as ratifications. Sometimes she doesn't get a good answer on the ratification, but she has the ability, the county attorney, just like Laura did and every other county attorney, if they feel the need to hire outside counsel, that's within their purview. My understanding has always been that. If that's incorrect, then let me know.
Is there a certain time limit for this one? Is there a contract you're gonna have and for how long and?
This one with Branscombe should be a very narrow time period. In fact, I believe I have not spoken with him, but my understanding is that that particular representation
For today.
will most likely be
For
concluded today.
And she wasn't included in that, to be very clear, for the public hearing. That was Ade and myself that talked to them, and they are going to be here today for this one item, and it is no longer unless we move in a different direction. Yes.
Okay, that's my question.
Yes.
So moved.
So we have a motion to pass item Z. Do we have a second?
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you for being here. I know you're busy, Jenny. Moving on to regular agenda, 3A1. Discuss and consider authorizing the county judge on behalf of Commissioners Court to sign a letter in support of Nueces County Hospital District's appeal summary to FEMA Region Public Assistance Branch. We had this on the agenda last time. There were some questions, and they have provided us with the invoices that came up with the $504,000, I think was the total, 504 something.
You're close, Judge.
Yeah, right around there.
You're in the ballpark, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think the questions on this was just whether or not,
Support you or not.
whether it's accurate, because none of us were involved in it, and I'll second his motion for discussion, but I may not vote for, I don't know, but, so is this, Jeff, is this an accurate reflection of what went on? Because like I said at the last meeting, I tried to table it, because nobody on this court was consulted. It was just the former county judge who put us in this bind and made some representations to the hospital district. So is this accurate?
As far as we know, it is accurate.
Okay, okay.
Now, the amount, I can't speak to the amount. I don't know that that's necessary to the penny.
And this is just in aid to help the
Them
hospital
recover.
district appeal, but doesn't bind us
To anything.
to anything if they lose the appeal. Right?
That's correct.
Okay. Good enough? As long as y'all have looked at it.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you,
Thank you all.
Mr. Hipp, for
Thank you
being
for being here,
here.
Johnny.
Thanks,
Yes.
Johnny. Good luck. Really good luck.
Item number 2, to discuss and consider approving a resolution in support of the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority exploration of grant opportunities to finance Robstown Park and Ride Transit Station project to be constructed on county-owned property adjacent to the Richard M. Borchard Fairgrounds parking lot. And
Sharon.
Yes, did you want to address us on that, Sharon? Thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sharon Montez, Managing Director of Capital Programs and Customer Services. Mr. Mike Rendon, our acting CEO, wanted me to express his sincerest apologies for not being here today, but he and our board chair, Dan Leindecker, are in Washington, D.C. promoting this item with the Federal Transit Administration, and so I wanted to share that with this group.
Thank you.
I can provide a brief background on this item if we have that kind of time. Yes, sir.
John, just for safe time also, we approved this last year.
That is correct, April
So-
27th.
So really, y'all, what you're doing now is you want us to just approve that y'all going to go after a grant
Yes, sir.
to build this, right? Because we
That's-
approve giving you the land or using the land where you can build something. But also now you want us to approve going after the grant so you can build it, right?
That is correct, sir.
And modifications if you have modifications. right?
Yes.
So we're not approving, giving you anything new other than you can go after the grant if you want to go.
That is correct,
And we
sir.
support that, right?
Well, and I
Yes, sir.
think he said they
Resolution.
required a new resolution to go
Yes.
with the application because we already did this last year, but
That's correct,
I
Judge.
don't have a problem with that.
I don't have a
I
problem
move-
with it either.
I move.
We have a motion. I will go ahead and second that motion as well. Any other discussion on this item? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you for being here. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sharon.
Moving on to item number 3, discuss and consider approving a Gordian EZ IQC by board contract number 660-21 purchase with LMC Corporation for Padre Bay office building renovations. Mr. Cross, you're up.
Morning, everybody. Good morning. This is a co-op part of through Gordian. It's called a Easy IQC or ICQ contract. The court approved a total dollar amount from the insurance proceeds last year sometime, and actually Commissioner Chesney had requested, let's get this office fixed, let's get these things addressed. And so we had been working through Gordian. We got several quotes, but those quotes were always above and beyond what we had budgeted. We tried to negotiate with these folks, but we finally got this group. We're real happy with what they provided us. We vetted it thoroughly. Jenny, no, she's still not in here. Alex in her office just does amazing work in vetting all this, and so did Michael in purchasing. And you might ask in your mind, well, why are you doing this, Scott, when you're trying to set up a job program, job order contracting program? Because I got to get this work done. Unfortunately, I'm going to go into the summer season just a little bit or beginning of it while we set up the job program. It takes some time to vet the job program, working with Michael and his folks and the county attorneys. So you've approved that. I got to get it established. And until I get it established, I need to use this to get the park office fixed.
Funding source?
It's the insurance proceeds.
Just making sure it was on the record.
Yeah, it's insurance proceeds. Now, we're not using all that was allotted to us, but we have a good contingency there. Should we find any unknown conditions, and we think we're more than covered, and if we are, well, if we don't use it, we give it back.
Motion to pass, Judge?
We have a motion to pass and a second. Commissioner Gonzalez, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank
Thank
you
y'all.
very much, Scott, for being here.
Judge, may I be shown as voting for item 2? I'm sorry, I stepped out
Yes.
just for a second.
Because you stepped out.
That's all right with the court. Thank you.
Moving on to item 4, discuss and consider approval of interlocal agreement with the city of Robstown regarding improvements to Diaz Park, Portela Park, and Kiwanis Park. Commissioner Modas, you want to talk about
Yes,
this one?
Judge.
I think.
Court, this is the item that Ms. Giotto mentioned earlier during public comment. This is just to enter into agreement. I would like to help provide some assistance for parks in Robstown, and kind of following a similar model that Commissioner Gonzalez, with his partnership with City of Corpus Christi, and also has done in Bishop as well. So this is following that model. This is the first part, and then I'll ask Ide to put on the next agenda the actual dollar amount, which will be $100,000. So if this is approved today, then this will be taken out of my, I believe my CO funds. We'll work on the funding source, but I believe it's the CO funds. If you
This
support
contract,
it.
doesn't it list the 100,000 in there? Do we have to do
Does it?
that on a separate?
Oh, it is
Because I
in-
saw
it is
there
in
was.
there. Yes, it is. I'm
There was a
sorry.
matching
It's in the
fund
budget,
too,
yes.
where they're putting in their
They're
100
putting in
as
their own
well.
funding, yes,
So,
thank
and
you,
then-
Judge.
Yeah.
So it's not just something we're giving,
Yeah.
they're putting up, and they're going to do a lot of other improvements that we necessarily can't fund with our funding, right? Projects that they need to do, but we can help cover the other half of it, and so this just gives that, and actually, yeah, it's in there, so.
The amount's already in there as well, so you shouldn't have to bring it back.
Yeah, so we don't
for
have to
that.
bring it back, so
Yes.
just motion to accept.
Second. Questions?
We have, a motion and a second discussion. Yes, Commissioner Chesney.
So tell me, whatever John wants to is great. I'm just figuring out the process on this, right? I'm trying to, because how are we doing, how are we able to spend COs on property we don't own? Or do we own some of this? Because I shot down one of my projects 2 or 3 years ago that said we can't use COs on property we don't own. But is that wrong now? Has that changed? So we have an answer on that?
No, it hasn't changed, Commissioner. So I consulted with Blakely. We did it before Commissioner Gonzalez did with West Haven Park. So there's a way to utilize the COs through the interlocal agreement to assist other agencies. So there's a way, and I'm going to provide you with the detail
Can you
on how
tell
we
me
can.
how that is? Because,
Sure.
man, that would have really helped my project 3 or 4 years ago that I was just told I couldn't do it. I had to own the land and I couldn't do it any other way. And I mean, that was from.
There are restrictions with COs,
Right.
that's correct, but there's ways to do it, the right way to do it. And then I checked, and then I submitted everything to legal as well to look into it, so we're okay with using
Okay,
that
so
one.
can
I'm going to
you-
share that with everybody.
No, but I'd like someone to share it right now. So can you tell me?
Yeah,
That's great news.
What Ade just spoke is correct, okay, what she just articulated to you. There's a workaround on that. It's through interlocal agreements, and I'll be glad to share that information with you guys.
Can you do it now? I mean, basically? I mean, I'm just trying to figure.
I don't have the whole thing. Let me, I have an email that details it a little bit more, but I don't have that memorized, Commissioner.
Okay,
But
could someone
yes,
get
there is
that
a
before the
workaround.
end of the meeting? Because I just, like I said, I was told I couldn't do it before, and that's why my project died, because the people that I was trying to do the project in didn't want to deed me the property, which I get, but, I mean, if I'd have known this 4 years ago, there'd be a nice place over in London that isn't there now, so, you know.
Generally speaking, you're correct. You can, but there is a way around it. There is a workaround.
And Edward may know, and then Commissioner, your project's probably 7 or 8 years old, isn't it?
That's correct.
So, I mean,
I'm getting
it's-
older. I've been here a while now.
I know, it's been a while,
It's
so.
probably been 5 or 6. You're right.
The only thing, Commissioner, I wanted to add was that that 100K is for Diaz Park, Cortez Park, and Quianas Park is where we're coming back to ask for funding for those, I believe is the intent on the agenda.
Yeah, because I modeled it out, because you did one in Bishop the way I was trying to do it, because we own that, right? And then we have a deal, you have a deal with the Bishop,
West Haven in the city.
right, baseball, but I mean, I was trying to do this,
No, that's how.
West Haven, they built another water with the city.
right, but I didn't think that was COs. I thought that was,
That's CO's money.
Yeah.
it was COs?
That's correct.
Mine wasn't COs in Bishop, the city was.
It wasn't COs in Bishop, it was in West Haven?
Yes.
Okay, well, I got bad advice. All right, fair enough, then someone just provide me that. If you're telling me this is all legal and it's all good to go, I think it's great. I just didn't think we could do this.
Well, Ade is correct.
Shoot, that really, okay. So,
Okay.
yeah, someone needs to send me that procedure, because I'm not going down that road again until I see it with that other project. I may go revisit it.
I'll be glad to get that to
I
you.
appreciate it, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. On item number 5, discuss and consider amending the guidelines for community use of county courthouse common areas and related matters. And I think in your packet.
Can Judge, what, can I go back, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go back to number 4, and this Commissioner Mares, we're talking only Diaz Park, right?
This was just for only Diaz, and we may come later on for other parts, but this allows, I believe, the
Matching-
interlocal
Matching fund
for
for
the
Diaz.
others. This is the matching fund for only Diaz, yes.
And the contract only states Diaz in
Right.
there that we just
But this,
approved.
but this
Yeah.
opens the interlocal for the other two, so we don't have to kind of go
I
through
think the
that.
contract mentioned
If we
all
have
of
the funding, we can just pursue that in a
I think the
future meeting.
contract mentioned all of them, I think, I'm sorry.
The what?
Did the contract mention, the contract was only written for Diaz, right?
Yeah, it's only for
Yeah, it's only Diaz, but he wanted to go ahead and get this approved where he could do the same thing for Portela and Kiwanis Park.
Right.
But you'll have to bring
It kind
that
of does
back.
all this.
Whenever you do the money,
it
you'll
does
have
all
to bring
this
it back
this
anyway.
work kind of on the front end, but it's only it's only for Diaz for now. And then we'll come back, and I may not have the funding, I may not want to, but at least it sets that up. Am I correct, Jeff or ID? Right, we got that part taken care of. So yes. Okay.
And then, are we done on item number 5? Can discuss and consider amending the guidelines for community use of county courthouse common areas and related matters. In your books, there is an outline with the stuff scratched out in red and the new wording put in there. It basically says courthouse interiors and grounds may be used if approved by the county judge or commissioner's court. Approval will be made on a case-by-case basis at the discretion of the county judge or commissioner's court. Is basically the change in there where we're allowed to do things because there were specific.
Okay, so let's just talk for a second about this.
Please, yes.
So we'll make a motion, second?
Yeah, sure.
Motion to pass, since I put it on there.
Second.
A second from Commissioner Gonzalez.
All right, so sometimes policies are in place to protect. Sometimes you change policies and it opens the door to politicizing certain requests that makes it very difficult for a county judge or a court to vote on if we don't have strict reasons. So I just, I want to be clear, because if someone calls and says, we want to use it for this purpose and it's at the discretion of, then guess what? That becomes politicized potentially, and that's not something I want to get into. And I don't want the left, the right, the middle to start making requests to use the facilities, and we have to get into that battle, because that's the last thing I want to do. So how do we avoid that? I just want to throw that out there, because that's the only thing.
There are some guidelines, Commissioner. I think there are some guidelines for the judge to follow. She just can't say yes because somebody's asking. I think there's some guidelines for her to follow. You can't make a profit, or you can't sell something. If it's informational, educational, it's going to benefit the employees. I think I didn't bring that with me.
Right. It says matters of private interest are not allowed, but okay, defining that, the operation of the courthouse is not subject to this. The Shoreline Deli is not subject to
The
this.
request may be denied if determined by the county judge that security, safety, and inconvenience of the public or any other reasonable basis justifies the denial. Any denial may be appealed by the Commissioner's Court by submitting each request in writing to the county judge for placement on the agenda. So,
Like it says, only legal purposes which constitute you're crossing out, public interest will be granted such permission. Such public interest activities include public announcement, rallies, and other sort. So we're taking that part out. That's what we're saying now. That's what the red line says, which is.
Well, in the past, we have already allowed several things to be
Right.
posted
In other words, to
outside
me,
on the grounds. So
the less discretion that we have, the less political it becomes. So whatever we want to define the use as, we need to define it to where it's not a decision that we have to make as a body, so that it never looks like we're trying to keep somebody in or out, right? I mean, that's just, so I guess.
well, the thing is, if we don't agree, we can bring it back as a body.
No, I'm saying I don't want to. Means I don't want to get into a debate over whether we ought to let pro-life or pro-choice or pro-gun or no gun.
Maybe
I don't
we
want to get
add
into
a
all
line
that.
in there that says no political activities.
Whatever that
I mean,
means.
just add something that covers us, something where neither side is ever deciding which political party can have some, add a line in there.
Yeah, I just don't, I don't know
Where
how
it's,
we.
where it's beneficial to the public, but not a political activity or political
Could we?
party one way or the other.
Is there something specifically that, like, could we go back and look at this a little bit? Is there something specific we're trying to get done by this? Like, has there been a request that we need to get done or something?
At the
that
next
maybe we could just.
item on the agenda,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes, is why, yes.
Okay, so could we, and so the number 6 doesn't comply with our current policies, and that's what we're looking at changing?
That's
Or
correct. It has to be the court's decision.
Yes.
so that, Right, which that means we're approving one lending entity over another, which could also get political too.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It could be, you're not going to deny another entity.
If somebody else wants to buy everybody lunch, I think we're fine with that if they want to present their thing. I
mean,
think
are
what
we?
you're talking
Well, no, but
about.
that's a good
Yeah.
question, because are we? Because then I guarantee you there's going to be a lot of people that are going to come buy people lunch to get in front of them. So I think we're opening a door there too that we need to be careful on, because look, I do business with Prosperity Bank. I got no issue with Prosperity Bank whatsoever. My friends are at Prosperity Bank, but if we're opening it for Prosperity Bank, then that means every bank in town is going to
Open to
want.
anybody else. If it wants it's got to be an educational program, information only.
Right,
It's
but
not
there's
gonna be
tons
where
of
you're gonna come and sit and do applications, or fill out the forms. It's just educational information workshop. That's all it is. Not, we're going to come in here and fill out applications. We're not going to come in here and, give you cards and fill out, recruit and all that stuff. I think it's just basically, what do you have to present? How can it benefit our employees?
Right, I'm just saying, I know a lot of people that would love to come do
That's
this.
fine,
A
actually.
lot of people that would love to come do it. And I'm not saying that's bad, I'm just saying that if we open this up, then, wow, this could be,
We'll go back to the lunch and learns we used to have, so.
but would it be better to have lunch and
Lunch and
learns
learns
that,
before? Y'all used to have that?
but not from outside agencies, not from,
No, they used to bring people from the outside.
right, but I mean, we would sponsor them, like the county would do them, and then we would bring in resources.
Well, it's the
That's
same-
fine, right?
Same thing. I mean, I guess I could sponsor it.
Well, that's what I'm wondering is, do we need to put back in the lunch and learns and come up with a subject matter that the county sponsors and have these kind of lunch and
Educational
learns
and
so that we're not
benefits
picking and choosing?
to
I
the
don't know, I'm just,
employees.
When we used to
There's-
do this, excuse me, I'm sorry. When we used to do this, wasn't it under the appreciation day for the employees?
I don't remember.
It was more than that, though.
I think that's how it started.
I just.
Most of the ones that we used to have were wellness
Wellness.
lunches.
You call
It was
Yeah,
used
well,
with
yeah.
diabetes monies, I believe, from the commissioners.
Oh, okay.
And then it went in also in conjunction with County Government Week that we
Yeah.
used to have. We would do popcorn pickle sales and designate charities to receive those.
I started to
Those
say this
times.
says you can't sell anything. We could do it. Yeah.
Because
because
it was
we were
for
giving it to
charity,
charities, it was okay?
I think so.
Yes.
Mhm.
And Melinda, on the lunch and learns, we had vendors come in, but they were vendors we were already working with, or did we ever not, or we didn't have vendors?
We would have, usually it was wellness speakers. A&M AgriLife Extension would come in and do talks, and we had a lot of diabetes-related wellness plan or programs.
Thank you. And I'm fine with general stuff like that. Because I get, there's nothing that you're signing or getting anyone to sign up, but let's face it, access is influence here, right, in my opinion, right? It could definitely be, well, I don't have a bank, or I've been thinking of switching banks, and I hate to pick on anyone, right? That's what's before us, but just any type of service, right? And it definitely is educational, and that's the true intent. But, you get that access, that name ID in front of someone, that gives you a little bit, bit better response rate probably from someone that's looking for those type of services. So I worry too. I worry that this could open up and set up a bad precedent. I'd like to go back to our old ways, which was the lunch and learns, things like that are very, very basic with organizations we're dealing with that are not necessarily for profit, and leave it maybe just in health-related field. I'm good with that. Maybe something off-site. I mean, at the Robstown Library, we had the VITA tax services that were provided, and that was done free of charge by, for nonprofit, helping people out. That, I think, is okay. When we get somebody who's in a for-profit entity, that's where I have concern. But I'm
That's
open to
that
listen.
may be the distinction is profit versus nonprofit,
Yeah.
because that That's where it gets really, because I mean, I promise you, this word gets out, I'll have 10 mortgage companies and lenders calling me wanting in. I mean, they're going to all want in. We have thousands of employees. They're going to want to be in front of them. Huh? No, I'm just saying, I don't think we have time to schedule all. I mean, it's going to be, I don't know how we're going to do all these. And how we pick. That's my only, oh. I mean, could we, is it like urgent? Can we table this? Because
Table both, table this
I'm not
and
trying to-
the next one.
Well, number, table, yeah, if you have table one, you have table both of them.
Right.
Right.
We can table it, and, we can look at it.
Look at it further.
And maybe, yeah, I'm not, and again, I don't want Prosperity Bank mad at me because I like them, I do business with them, but I don't want the other 10 calling me either. 20 or 30 or.
And on that, or on the two items, is this is not time sensitive, this is just, we had this request, so we're trying to get ahead and make a decision, and then that will determine if we're allowing this access, basically. Okay. I'd like to talk, with you or legal or anyone else more about it first. I mean, unless somebody feels really that we need to push it forward. But my gut reaction, I've kind of already shared that. But it doesn't mean it can't be done, right? Maybe the city or other counties do it, and they do it in maybe a cleaner fashion, right? Maybe there's a cleaner way to do it, and I do agree. I think it's going to open up a lot of possibilities to staff to hear of resources, but just those concerns. So if we could table that would be appreciated, and us all get our questions answered by legal and IDA and HR, whoever else that needs to be included, and then maybe we can come with a better conclusion in the next meeting or two.
Do you think we should table to the April, so we have plenty of time, not to the next meeting in March? So let's
maybe
do
the first
two.
meeting in April, if that's.
Probably.
The first or the second?
Second, probably.
Second meeting
Are we
in
going to be
April?
packed on the first? I know that we're
Let's
pushing
do the
some items.
second meeting
Second
in
meeting,
April.
okay.
Table items 5 and 6,
5 and
both.
6.
We have a motion. I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
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 And if
Any
we can bring it
opposed,
back
same
earlier,
sign.
Judge, I would say bring it back. I mean, if we all get it answered and it's very clear cut, then we can.
Yeah, I would assume it's probably going to be the second meeting in April, yes. I would like to skip forward because we do have our attorney here, if we could, if you're okay with that, and move on to number 4, the executive session 4A, consult with outside, well, I have to read everything first.
Well, hold on, Judge,
Or
but
what?
there's an open session item that I wanted, before you go into executive session, I wanted to discuss whether this should go into executive session. So that would be item 5A. 5A,
5A, but
the open session item. If
yes.
Open session.
So is that?
That's fine. We can
Okay.
go to 5A, discuss and consider hiring outside counsel to represent the District Attorney Mark Gonzalez in the litigation involving the petition to remove him from office and related matters.
Judge, that would be where I would make a motion that we waive privilege and have that discussion in public, because this is such a public matter, and I'm not comfortable going back and not having the public hear the reasons why we do or don't need to hire, because all we do then is come out of executive session and say, based on advice of counsel, and then the public goes, well, what the heck, why did you do it? And so I would like to make a motion that we waive privilege and have that discussion in open session.
I'm all for transparency, but I'd like our legal counsel that just was hired or ratified to give us that opinion. I know that he's.
I'll second the motion so we can get
Discuss.
discussion
Thank you.
and,
Sure.
yes, okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Keith Sichkowski with Branscombe PLLC. I would advise the court first to go to executive session and then have as open a discussion on the open record as you want, knowing what you may not want disclosed. There are certain things that the the Commissioners Court will have discretion on, and their complete discretion, where we'll talk about the things that you may consider, aside from the specific statute on whether or not the statute alone says pay or don't pay.
But tell me why that wouldn't want to be.
It's your privilege.
No.
If I were in your position, and what I tell all my clients, it's your privilege. I'd like you to know the scope of everything I'm providing before you say, that's fine, let's go out there and tell everybody. Because if you ask a question and I answer it and you say, darn, I wish we heard that in executive session, it's too late.
And our executive sessions are typically recorded. They could be certified or recorded, and so I would suggest that they be recorded. So if there was a legal reasoning in the future for it to be unveiled, I know there's certain protections. It's at least what our county attorney has advised on all our other executive session matters. Then there's all the transparency we need, and I feel totally confident that we will all be willing to bring whatever we need forward. But I agree with your advisement. We got to know before we want to say.
And I think this is the reason why it's laid out the way it is, so we could have an executive session. You could talk in full comfort without worrying about whether or not you're going too far on something. And then we can come out. We can disclose everything if that's what you feel.
And I hear you, and I'm sitting here pondering that, and I'm struggling with it because of the nature of this particular item.
Well, I fully expect that we will have a discussion after executive session in open session, but I want you to know the scope of your executive privilege before you just waive it.
And normally we do that anyway. We discuss it in open court anyway.
We always do.
Well, but we don't come out and have near the length of discussion in open session because nobody wants to ask the same questions over and over again, and we've asked them all in the back room, and then we would come. So I'm struggling with this one because I don't know. Having no conversation with you and not knowing what it is that you're talking about on this discretionary stuff, I'm struggling because at the end of the day, this is going to be a very dicey decision potentially because you just have alluded to the fact that there are maybe some gray areas, and I would want the public to know what the gray areas are, because if it's not cut and dry, then that becomes a decision we have to make as a body. If it's more cut and dry, then we don't have a choice. And then, I don't know, this is, can I just?
Sometimes, Commissioner, the gray areas might be gray, but I think sometimes they need to stay gray because if we say something that we're not supposed to say, and it's going to come back to us later on. So we just, and I agree, I think we should know exactly what we're going to be voting on, what we're going to do, what options we have. And we can always come back into, an open session and say, hey, we voted for this because of this. I think our vote was because based on this facts, based on this information, and
not just
people will know
based on
exactly where we came from and why we voted for it. I mean, we don't have to ask the same questions, but we can always say, we supported this because of this. I mean, I myself think that I don't want to find ourselves saying something that we're going to come back and say, well, we shouldn't have said that, or maybe we just weren't sure about what we were going to say,
I'm willing to ask the same questions so we can get the same response out here. Right. I mean, we got all the time we need on our side to have the discussion in executive session to come back out here again. And also, too, I mean, I get transparency, but at some point, as elected officials, I would hope people have the trust in us to put us up here that we exercise good discretion. And I think one of that is to protect our interest as a county and the interest we represent, which is the taxpayers, but that we're not up to any shenanigans. We're not up to anything to try to hide any information from the public. I just feel that the information we should receive should be unfiltered, that our attorney that's been hired feels comfortable in providing it to us, and then we'll come back out, and what we can say, we will say, and if there's something that would be anything that would hurt the county in general, our interests, that we would be advised not to share that publicly. But everything else that we can, and I would assume or hope that most everything you can. So,
I hear what you're saying.
I agree with Commissioner Maris.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that theory other than what the nature of this one is. Like in theory, I would make that same argument on many occasions, but boy, this one is like so different. I've never done this. I've never had one like this. We've never had to talk about, what we're talking about today, and it's uncomfortable. And you're right. I guess I'll
Pull your motion
I'll
back?
just, because it's the will of the, well, I don't, let's just, I still think, I'm going to stay with the motion, and then y'all can just vote me down, because I really feel like we need to have this one out in front. I'm nervous as heck about going behind the scenes on this one without having it, so
We have
I'm
a
gonna keep my
motion and a
motion.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
The motion fails. So
Was it a 4-1?
3 to, I seconded the motion, so I have to vote for it. Yes.
You don't have to.
It was 2 of us, yes. So now we will go ahead and go into executive session since our attorney is here to get this done. Did you?
Judge, if I may,
Yes.
I need to recuse myself during the executive session, but I'll be outside if y'all just let me know when we go back into regular.
And Connie, before we go, are we able to record in there, or do we need to stay here and clear the courtroom?
Recording for the executive.
Recorder?
For executive,
What
you're good?
executives is
Yes.
No, let's
Okay, we're
definitely
good.
go in the other.
Okay.
Is that that's the only executive session we have today?
Yes,
Wow.
yes.
Oh, special.
So,
God,
executive session, public notice is given. The Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been a best practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session. The public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event that the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of those Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer in accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in executive session. We will be on item A, consult with outside counsel to discuss potential attorney fee obligations to the county relating to the removal proceedings involving the current Nueces County District Attorney and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. It is 10:32, and we are going into executive session. It is 11:48, and we're coming back into open session. We want to discuss 5A, discuss and consider hiring outside counsel to represent District Attorney Mark Gonzalez in the litigation involving the petition to remove him from office and related matters. We have our attorney with us. We have been in discussions. I believe there are some questions that need to be raised.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
I just want to make it known that I'm going to recuse myself from this matter. So, you know, I have interest in the DA's office.
Speak in the microphone, sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, I just want to let it be known that I'm going to recuse myself in this matter. Okay?
Because of the relationship that you
Yes,
have.
ma'am, there's a relationship with me in the DA's office.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Judge, if I may, I think the idea was I would provide a brief summary.
Oh, yes, if
and
you
see
want to go
there's
ahead
any
and
questions.
do that.
So first of all, before the county can expend funds, there has to be some authority to do so, either by the Texas Constitution or specific statute in order to release funds for any reasons. In this case, in this specific instance, what I was asked to look at is Section 157.9 of the Local Government Code. That specific section provides that a county official or employee sued by an entity other than the county with which the official or employee serves for an action arising from the performance of public duties entitled to be represented by the district attorney of the district which the county is located or the county attorney or both. I'm going to refer to that basically as the fee statute so that we understand what I'm talking about. In this particular instance, we're talking about a removal action. Removal action is a specific type of a legal proceeding. It's not a suit for civil damages. The Texas Supreme Court has called removal actions quasi-criminal in nature. I'm not exactly sure what that means because it's not a defined term. But what we do know is that courts in the state and the Texas Attorney General have recognized that Section 157 does not provide for the county to provide coverage for a county employee or official relating to criminal prosecutions. I'll talk a little bit about that later. But 157 does not provide that coverage. It only applies to civil lawsuits. The question, therefore, is whether or not a removal action under Section 87 is a civil lawsuit. It follows civil procedures like other civil cases, but again, the Texas Supreme Court has called it quasi-criminal. There is no definitive answer on that, either in AG opinions or in case law. The second issue, which is more definitive, is whether or not the district attorney is considered a county official or an county employee with regard to a removal action. For that particular issue, the Texas Attorney General's office has been consistent for the last 23 years or so, or excuse me, 13 years or so. And that is a district attorney in a removal action is not considered to be a county employee. He is considered to be a district official. And therefore, the AG has consistently opined that under 157 and 157's predecessor statute, that is not, or excuse me, a county is not required to provide legal assistance to a district attorney in a removal action. What I would suggest, and I think we discussed this and it'll be my next step, is to pursue specific instructions on the Attorney General, both on the nature of a removal proceeding, as to whether or not it is a civil suit or a quasi-criminal matter for which 157 doesn't apply at all. And again, reaffirm that a district attorney is not a county official for the purpose of removal statutes. My opinion is that the Attorney General's office will continue to be of that opinion. The last opinion I looked at was not that long ago. So I doubt that that's going to have changed. But it's still a good idea, I think, to get clarification on the nature of a removal suit, just because they're out there and they're happening.
Excuse me. You stated in there also these opinions had been from as far back as 1990, I believe. There were several opinions on this same.
Yes. 1990, a Texas Attorney General Opinion 1276, 1990, noting that the predecessor of 157 did not apply to district officials. Plain and simple.
All the way up, it's been consistent up until the last one I think used.
It was 2007, 2010, so it's been readily consistent, and in a very recent opinion, it wasn't part of the holding, but it said we've consistently said, and then listed that. So I don't anticipate the Attorney General changing its opinion, since there are no court opinions specifically deciding the issue. As I pointed out, though, a district attorney wears different hats. So specifically, I'm focusing on the Attorney General's opinion with regard to the provision of providing counsel or paying for an attorney to a district attorney under the fee requirement statute. So whether or not he's acting as a state employee in another case or decision maker for a county in another matter, it's going to depend on which way his hat's being worn.
Also, like, make sure we get some clarification on the, we talked about the bond issue. Also agreed some clarification on the bond, whether we do or we don't. Where do we stand?
And let me address that a little bit differently, if I may, Commissioner.
Sure.
The 157 is an entitlement. If the district attorney falls within 157, the county pays. It's an entitlement. As I said at the beginning, the county has to have authority to expend funds. The county has a common law authority to expend funds when it finds basically that it's within the best interest of the county to do so, and not for a particular individual. In this particular instance, in the removal proceedings, there is a bond that has to be filed when the proceedings start. I have not looked into the nature of the bond. However, as we discussed, that might be something appropriate for the county to consider going forward as to whether or not there's an appropriate reason to exercise any discretion or how much discretion. So I've been tasked to go ahead and review the bond issue and determine the amount of the bond and what happens with that bond under various circumstances, and I'll report back to the county on that.
Thank you.
The other thing that I just, I think, wanted to mention, again, is getting back to the common law matter of the county, making those decisions, and that's going to have to be a decision that the county makes later, most likely, because we don't know what quasi-criminal proceedings means. And if this was a criminal proceeding against a county official, 157 would not apply. So there's no entitlement for the county to provide counsel in a criminal matter. The Attorney General has also said you can't provide counsel if the person's guilty, which means you have to wait until the proceeding's over to decide basically a reimbursement sort of a thing. If that's what the county decides, it's in the best interest of the county and not necessarily in the particular interest of the individual involved. So whether or not you want to consider that, how much, the bond would be an appropriate thing to know, because if the bond is a significant amount and it is paid over to the district attorney at the end of successful proceedings, you would want to know that.
Okay. Sounds fair.
Yeah.
It sounds fair. So appreciate that.
Commissioner Chesney, you were wanting to speak, or what?
No, I'm good. I mean, if I think he's presented it, and do we need to formalize that in a motion, or do we need just to get further
Well, I
clarity?
think I don't know.
Just come back with further.
I'll
clarity.
just come back and I'll do the review on the bond issue, and I'll probably have to get with the county attorney's office to issue the request for an opinion to the attorney general. But I don't think that'll raise any conflicts, because we're not talking about anything specific. We can talk about it in straight up
General
terms that we won't have to embroil the county's attorney's office, and I'll be drafting it.
All right. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you. Then moving on to our regular agenda, I think we are at item 7, 3A7. I'm sorry,
Sorry,
did you have
Judge.
something?
So on A, we don't need to take any,
He said no until he comes back with
No
an
vote to
opinion.
table or
That's
anything.
what,
Okay.
yeah. So we're not going to make, until we get more clarification and more information, yes. On 3A7 is where we are. And does everyone give you a second to get there? Discuss and consider approving payment of outstanding invoices from Haggerty Consulting for services relating to RFP 3141-20 disaster recovery management and related matters.
Did you already do that?
I think.
Did you already do that in the
Commissioner-
special motion? Is that yours, Joe?
This is Haggerty. We pulled those out of the special motions because he wanted them separated. Yes.
I put this on the agenda, Judge. I wanted some clarification on some of these invoices, again, from Haggerty. Again, I'm going to bring up what I did earlier.
Same thing.
Invoices that are way back then, and I don't even know if they're, the initial approval of these invoices came either from Louis or Anna or somebody, I guess. I don't know who else is dealing with
Do
Haggerty.
you want to answer these, Louis? You're here.
So usually the approval for the invoices, Judge, usually came from what I understood, came out of the, basically not the auditor's office, but from the judge's office.
Well, I approve them and I sign these, but it's after several other people sign
Correct,
them.
Judge.
So I'm not the approval.
That's
No,
correct,
I have
Judge.
no idea on what was spent or not. Yes.
That's correct, Judge.
Thank you.
So I started to initial off on these invoices last month. I used to see those invoices, but
But you didn't initial them.
No.
Yes.
So with that being said, I believe that the invoices that we have now are caught up, and I am visibly involved with looking at the invoices.
Are
that
caught up as in, I know we did not renew this contract. Is
We did
this
not.
final invoices or we still have
No,
some
we
outstanding?
Still have about 2 months of invoices still coming in to
Well,
be received.
Can we contact them and tell them we need those expedited as well? I mean, I know an invoice, and just like Commissioner Gonzalez said, you know, you get 6 months down the road or 2 or 3 months behind, and we all forget what happened, what we got, what we did, whether it was completed or I mean, we really need a lot better timely issue on invoicing for people. And maybe it's like we talked about earlier, including it in our contracts in the future where they have a certain amount of days to present us with an invoice for work, or that's questionable, or we don't pay it. I mean, there's some invoices, I think this has come up, where we've gotten them a year after the time. That's really ridiculous. And not on this, I'm not talking in particular to Haggerty or something, any of that, but.
I'm talking, I mean, talking about general too, but I'm particularly about Haggerty right now.
Right.
Because I put it in the agenda because, Louis, it really bothers me, again, And I'm not, you're not the only one, because I talk to a lot of different departments when I see this, and that I don't even see any itemized statements here showing us what actually they're doing and when or what, but yet we're signing off on them, sending them to Teresa for payment or sending to the judge for signature, without, and then I think there was about 10 or 12 that were sent back by Lulu, or, so what happened to those? I mean, what happened to those that were sent back?
I don't know what we're talking about, Judge. I mean, Commissioner.
We're still waiting on those. She's still waiting on those. We haven't received those back.
But those also came from your office first, right? So
I don't know what we're referring to, Commissioner, to be honest with you. If they sent something back and they haven't talked to me about it, I couldn't talk about it.
They originally came back?
The ones that you're talking is ARPA related.
Okay.
Those are right.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about the ARPA.
But Haggerty's got everything in here. Don't they? They have ARPA, they have everything. And so what, I don't know what their cup of tea is, because if we just signing off on it because they send you something.
No, Commissioner.
Because I don't agree with that, right? I think, and this is why I think we need to review these things real good, or review it with Anna, review it with Lulu, review it with somebody, and just some around they weren't initial, but I just, and it's a lot of money that we got to go back and pay these people that, and I don't even know if they did the work or not.
So for the disaster management portion, Commissioner, I can assure you they did do the work.
How can you assure that?
They had an itemized statement for what they provided for us. I don't have it, but I initiated off on the ones that I've received from Teresa.
Maybe those should be included in here as well.
They should be, Judge.
Yeah.
Well, there's some in here, but they're not really, this is just a little statement in the bottom. Is that what you're talking about?
Before that, it's a time list. It's a list of times that we had a conversation, and they had tracked those hours.
Well, those are very important.
Yeah.
Those are very important, because those are the ones we should be keeping in record, because that's what we're paying them. But, if they don't attach to what we submit to court, I'm only going to go what's in here.
Understood, Commissioner. But I didn't bring this item up, so I couldn't attach to anything that you needed. But if you need stuff like that, I can go back and research and bring it to you. But I just need to know exactly what we're talking about, because right now we're asking me to kind of throw something in the dark here right now. So I don't know.
Okay, so do you and Anna review both of this, Haggerty, or just you?
For disaster management is me and Teresa. Anna is included, but the signature authorities, or the people who are going to initiate off before it goes to the judge's office, is me and Teresa.
Okay, Teresa, since you're here, want to come up? I wasn't going to call you, but since you're here.
Yes, sir.
So how we treat, and I've called you several times too, about how do we verify these things are correct? Is there any, I never seen the itemized statements where it shows what actually, somebody tells me they're talking to somebody for 6, 7, 8 hours. That's a long time for me to say. I never talked to one person for 6, 7 hours, but I'm just saying, how do we know everything that's in here actually was done? Everything in here did happen, other than, to me, if you're going to charge me $20,000, I like to say what happened with $20,000. Not just I talked to somebody, or I called somebody, or I met with somebody, but, what did you meet at? Where did you talk at? How many?
A little more detail.
A little more detail.
Yes.
The guy, there's a guy from Austin, a guy from, I don't know. Again, this is I'm just going back again, because a lot of stuff has gone through for a couple of years now. And that, we should have been looking at this a little harder, but we're at the end of the game here. I just, want to pay what we owe them, and not paying what we don't owe them, because if we don't owe them the money, I don't think we should pay them, unless they can show us that actually they did what they did, or say what they did.
So, Commissioner, on the actual invoices, what they submit is the detailed is the invoice summary, right? And it's just the total hours that they work. Mm-hmm. But then for each week, they have a description at the bottom that certifies the work that they did. For instance, I'm looking at the one for the COVID, the disaster recovery, where they talk about attending internal coordinator planning meeting. And they're usually like an hour, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and then all those hours add up. On the week of December the 16th, they talked about that they updated the Nueces vaccine RFP spreadsheet with additional information, checked timesheets against the spreadsheet data, updated the
So where are the
FRP.
timesheets in the spreadsheet?
It's attached to the agenda. It's attached to the invoice that's attached on the agenda.
Not on here, all it is is something like this here. Yeah, but.
At the bottom.
Yeah, yeah, I know the bottom.
The date and the
Right,
time, and then on each one of these, the date, it says what they did.
I know it, tell me what it did, but I mean, if you check something against something else, you have to have a copy of something, right?
Well, they don't provide that backup. They just give us a description of the services
Well,
that
see,
they
I think that's
provided,
what-
but
I
someone
think
can
that's-
get that
That's the problem.
detail.
They just give it the backup, they just tell us, this is not good enough for me.
We have to assume
I
that
mean,
they're being truthful.
I'm sorry, not that I don't trust them, but we've been paying a lot of money for a lot of services we ain't even been getting, so, this is, I'm just getting a little frustrated that all this money is going out, and I don't think all the services are coming in, my opinion, but I just, again, I just, if we're gonna get rid of them, what do we owe them? Just pay them, but bring it forward to us, and what is the balance? 'Cause I don't
Right
see-
now, they still have 2 months to bill,
But I don't see a-
January and February.
Because I don't even see a
And
balance
so
here.
when we get those two invoices, well, those 2 months, that will be the end of the billings for Haggerty, for Winter Storm Uri, and for the COVID-19.
Okay, we keep saying Winter Storm Uri, and that's another thing I wanted to bring up. I thought Winter Storm Uri was already gone, already done with. Why are they still building us with that? That happened, what, 5 years ago? 4
I
years
think-
ago?
You're talking about 2 months
I believe
of
Haggerty is still
invoices. I would
working
think they
on,
were for January
I
and
guess,
February,
finalizing
not
all those
5
documents.
years
I mean,
ago.
okay, go ahead.
That's ridiculous.
So you're right, Commissioner. It happened a while back, but we were still doing things through FEMA with Haggerty for recovery of funding for Winter Storm Uri. So we wasn't quite complete yet. We're close to closing out Winter Storm Uri altogether. And then we're close to also trying to close out COVID-19. We're still going to go forward under the county without Haggerty to retrieve funding for
Well,
things we paid out for.
Let me, honestly, I think that y'all can do exactly what Haggerty's doing. I think you and Anna and, everybody else can do exactly what Haggerty is doing, requesting the information, calling, making a phone call. Good, but that's what it's all here.
It is at a point, Commissioner, that we could possibly do that, but at the beginning, we cannot. We do not have the staff to do it. We'll be fighting a disaster.
How much staff do you need to make a phone call?
If you take Haggerty, for instance, in order to start a recovery process under them, they had a full staff, a full team that we don't have. They brought in like 5 additional people, and they have 5 people working for
Well,
them.
you know what, Louis, I don't see work here for 14 people. I'm sorry, but I see work here for 2 people or maybe 3 people.
And I understand, Commissioner, it looks like it's not a lot of work until we're going through a major hurricane or a major disaster, and we have to try to get all this stuff
But
together.
we're already past that, man. This is what really worries me, that we passed it already, and here we're still paying almost the same kind of money we've been paying from the beginning. And
That's a good
for
point,
what-
Commissioner.
for what
I
sense?
see your point.
I don't understand, Judge, where we're going with this thing, but this is ridiculous. We just need. I'm frustrated.
I still say this is an issue with our contracts, and we should have more detail and information requested in contracts and items. I understand FEMA is different. I've lived through Hurricane Harvey over there. There are people over there that are still getting back in their homes. It does take a long time to get approval for monies for that. It took us a long time to get our roof fixed and some other things that we did. A long time, but we're getting to the end of that. 5 years and on Winter Storm Uri, that kind of gets to the point where we're just paying somebody to battle something that we're not going to get, or is this even recoverable?
So with Haggerty, we already sunsetted that contract, so we know that they're gone.
Yeah.
We are able to do that with our staff here.
Now, at
to
this
kind of-
point,
But
yes.
before then, we could not have done it.
Well, since it's been so long, and we're talking about these issues that happened so long ago, is there a way to contact Haggerty and tell them, we would like to finalize our bills? Was there a way to contact them? And, I mean, if you're talking about stuff that's happened a long time ago, they're not currently fighting these. They aren't making these phone calls on our behalf
can
because our
request it,
contract has ended. So maybe ask
I
for
agree.
a
I think
final bill.
They should know what we owe them for October and
Yeah.
November. They should
I
know.
would
That
make a
would maybe
request.
be something we would suggest that you ask. Yes.
I could do that.
Yeah.
I think we need to put a closure to this, that I don't want to be paying them for another 3 months.
Understood,
And
Commissioner.
they're giving us little by little, little by little, and then some of the things that I saw there, I mean, I wouldn't even pay them, but, I'm sorry. And Lulu, I don't know, can you come up? I'm sorry you can't talk, but,
I know,
do
I'm
what you
trying.
can. Yeah,
Oh my God.
again, how many, those invoices that we returned to Haggerty, have we got any response back from those?
I have not gotten responses.
We haven't got no response.
Or revised
Then we
invoice.
shouldn't pay them, right? I mean, that's my opinion.
Well,
I mean, I don't know.
what I
Jeff, do you
requested-
think? Jeff, I mean, somebody don't respond to you,
Basically, the Commissioners Court does the business for the county, and this is business for the county. So you guys have all the right in the world to scrutinize those bills, to make sure you're comfortable with them, and then take the appropriate action.
in order for me to verify that they were performing the work that they were saying on their summary, I requested their agenda, because they provide an agenda as what they're going to discuss.
I don't want you to talk too much and you get sick, but anyway, I'll tell you what, Judge, I'd like to maybe set this up for April. If they don't respond, I mean, maybe we can take action that we don't pay them.
So you want to move this for the April
The first meeting, April, the first
first
meeting.
meeting in April?
Yeah.
Is it a motion?
Table, we'll table.
So we're not paying these invoices?
So we don't want to process payment? Is
No,
that
we're
the?
not gonna, no, we're not gonna process it
So,
on the table.
and I just wanted to provide more information on the winter storm Uri. We did get reimbursement of $305,472.57. That was for the expenditures. And then for the admin, we did receive back $16,968.81, and we received that payment just last month. And so back and forth with FEMA requesting RFIs, providing more information for them to accept it. So it does take a while. But that is why the invoice that is now is under 5105, not under 104.
Okay, and you brought up a good point, because I think that one time you submitted a report to the court. Remember, you gave us that report of what was denied, what
Yes.
was paid on COVID pandemic?
Yes.
So I'd like to have an updated report from you or Louis on everything that's been paid, what's outstanding. I think the outstanding is still over $1 million.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to make sure you hear me. The Haggerty team did submit 10 requests for reimbursements, and of those is 1.399 million. So far eligible is 1.184. They paid 4 completed RFIs. So there's still outstanding ones that are not even pushed back to the testing phase. They're still just requesting more documentation on certain ones, and then once they move from that one, they go on to another one.
But y'all can do that, right?
Yes, sir. I mean, we have to provide the information. We work with the
It'd be
auditors.
cheaper to hire somebody part-time to help you than having to pay Haggerty. I mean,
Yes.
before you're paying them, we can hire 5 people probably.
Yes, and even to the last day of Haggerty's contract, they did, we had the judge sign the last requisition RFR, so.
So,
I'm gonna
Commissioner,
table
you
this-
want to
table it for the
move this
first,
to the first meeting in April?
Yes, with the conditions that we get, if Haggerty doesn't respond, then we just don't pay him.
I have a motion to bring this back for the first meeting in April. Can I get a?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. So thank you all for being here. Moving on to item 8, discuss and consider any and all American Rescue Plan Act allocations and other related matters. And Yes, we're going to let Lulu rest her voice and someone else.
I think it's obvious she can't.
Yes, and
We
we
can all
wouldn't
learn
be able
sign
to
language.
understand half, yes.
Okay, luckily she provided me this little progress report for ARPA. It says, wanted to provide a quick update on ARPA progress. In the past month, I have held 2 forums for the public, one for beneficiaries, which are those receiving $49,000 and less, and one for subrecipients. There were 20 organizations in attendance for the meetings. Since those forums, we have held 15 meetings with individual organizations to help them decide which category, beneficiary or subrecipient, best fits their needs and to help them through the application process. There are 5 organizations that through this process qualified and are on your agenda to approve for payment. Through this process, we also discovered organizations will need additional time to gather all required materials and secure a SAM.gov unique identifying number. As such, I request that the deadline be extended through March 31st, 2023. See attachment 3A10 for additional information. One note, the date was incorrectly added as 2028 on the attachment, so please let the minutes reflect the corrected date of March 31st, 2023. That's the quick update. What questions do y'all have?
My question right now would be, how many actually do not qualify for the money that has been allocated? And
How many have been?
I understand there's been like 3 or 4 of them.
Are there 3 or 4 that currently don't qualify? If you look at this summary, I think it's ARPA proposal, allocation, and status of projects. You'll see on the right side of each, the far right column, that there's a status update of where we are in the process with those individual entities. So if you look, for instance, under the 3rd category, Veterans Band of Corpus Christi, we're pending a SAM.gov UID. I don't know if y'all can see it, it's pretty small. But so far, I'm unsure. I think one organization didn't qualify because they're a 501c6, and that doesn't qualify under ARPA funds, so they backed out of the approval process altogether. And then a few have opted for the $49,000 versus the original amount they were.
And who are the ones that don't qualify at all?
Don't qualify at all.
So
I think there were a couple of 2 or 3.
Yeah, so far the Black Chamber of Commerce, they were the 501c6. The NAACP is a 501c4, but they have a foundation that's a 501c3 set up with them, so we're currently working with them to see if we can apply under the 501c3 as opposed to the...
And then there was another as well.
The
2.
chamber. I don't see them here, though.
There was one that there's a scheduled meeting pending, but I don't know that it doesn't qualify or that we have enough information. They're missing 990 filings, so they may have lost their not-for-profit status.
This is Instituto de Cultura, the one that she's talking about right now.
Yes.
And there's a meeting scheduled with them, I believe, on Friday.
But you have another separate sheet here that explicitly outlines the Bob Hall Pier allocation, says it is not applicable. I think that's what I was getting at. What does this mean?
So
yes.
I'm looking at that one now.
Yes.
Okay, the Bob Hall Pier ARPA allocation. So what this one sheet summary does is it walks you through the eligible categories. And basically, if you look at it, categories 1, 2, and 4, it does not qualify for those. It would qualify under revenue loss. That being said, you have a 10 million cap on what you can spend in that category, and it would also have to be complete by 2026. So that could also prohibit it from...
Wait, say it again.
Why is the
first part.
revenue loss come to, go ahead, sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry, Judge. I think I interrupted your question. Go ahead.
I was wanting to know how the revenue loss, I thought, was because of the hurricane, not because of the pandemic. I thought that was clear.
Right, and that's a little bit confusing. So the way you calculate revenue loss has to do with the revenue the county lost during the COVID pandemic. But what the funds can be used for,
if they lost money during the pandemic.
Right.
Go ahead, Commissioner Chesney. I'm sorry.
Okay, so is it your opinion that the money allocated, that the prior judge and myself allocated for Bob Hall Pier qualifies or not?
It does qualify if it's complete by 2026.
If the pier is complete by 2026?
Right, that's where it could get.
Tell me how it qualifies again?
Under revenue loss, it can qualify under that category. That's a very broad category that can cover most governmental services that a county would provide. So under that category, you're limited to 10 million, but you can use part of that 10 million to fund the amounts that you originally allocated.
How much do we already have in that category? If you're limited to 10 million?
26 million.
Yeah.
Dale, do you know how much?
28 million.
We haven't really spent anything from that yet because there was a lot of issues of how much we're going to try to do because the revenue loss category is a category to try to cover most areas that don't cover everything items. We have not spent anything out of that area yet, but as I said, there's been a few $1 million allocated to certain areas that are there, and we are still researching some of our transactions that we've expended that may have to be moved back to the revenue loss because it may not cover one particular area for drainage. It covers the entire county, and then it's considered revenue loss.
And so do we have to allocate this a specific way to allocate it under the revenue loss? Because in the first paper we got, and I can understand why Commissioner Gonzalez puts this on the agenda, it indicated that we didn't think the Bob Hall Pier money was. I thought that's what that first paper said. And so something has changed since that first paper?
So that's another thing that we've kind of had to work through together. So there's two different hurdles you're trying to get over. The first is, does it qualify? Yes, the first is, does the expense qualify? And the answer to that is yes, you could use revenue loss to fund it. The second hurdle you're trying to get over.
Revenue bonds? No,
revenue loss.
Oh, loss, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm also sick.
No, I'm not.
The second hurdle you're trying to get over is, will it be completed in time? And that is the area, I think, in which they weren't sure it would get completed in time.
And what was the reasoning in that first, and I called it a white paper, it was just whatever you provided. What was the reasoning that you thought it wasn't qualified? Because did I read that wrong? And I don't have that because I didn't.
Is that a paper that you?
Yes.
And I think that was the misuse of the word qualify.
Okay.
So it does qualify. Will it be completed in time?
This white paper you provided says, under U.S. Treasury rules, Bob Hall Pier does not meet these standards. And it goes all the way from A through, it lists several things. This was provided to us, and that's what we're confused about.
Because under.
Oh my gosh, it's not going to work.
I think what she's trying to say is, under public health, there were funds you could use, so that's a separate category for parks. And it does not qualify as a park under that category. That's why you would have to use revenue loss.
And the revenue loss on this would be from COVID?
Revenue loss, you don't have to prove revenue loss for the expenditure. The revenue loss is kind of a catch-all category, that the amount allocated to the county is based on the county's revenue loss during the COVID pandemic.
We don't have that
Not what caused the loss.
Exactly.
Okay.
So
The final rules of the way the ARPA was set up, we had to do multiple calculations on what our loss was. That could be court costs, fines, fees, whatever might be the loss that the county has had. We did multiple calculations, and the Treasury came out and said to prevent us having to spend millions of dollars of resources to keep adding this, they gave us a one-time $10 million limit. We brought that to court, and that's what we agreed to, because we were around 7 or 8 million if we were doing our own calculations. But we selected 10 million, so our revenue loss is $10 million, and that's the most we can spend.
But you're unequivocally saying that even
funds.
though the revenue loss was not attributed to the pandemic, because that's not why we had revenue loss on this, that it's okay.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah. The reason for the expenditures doesn't have to be revenue loss. It can be spent on any governmental services. There's a few exceptions, paying debt. I know there's one more.
Just the category it uses on the reporting that we had to report to Treasury would be a revenue loss area.
Right.
But we already have the $10 million
So then we're going over. If you're
No, we
saying the
haven't spent,
remaining.
we've only spent like $800,000 or $900,000. We've made several appropriations possible that we're still trying to evaluate all the clauses, so we still have almost $10 million available to spend, because we haven't spent anything yet, other than a small portion of capital outlay, maybe $800,000 or $900,000. So we maybe have like $9 million left.
Okay, let me just ask a simple question. We know the chamber don't qualify for whatever reasons. Could they qualify under the revenue laws?
I mean, if the county would have given them money out of their general fund, I suppose
No, we're
they
not talking
would,
about
but
general
no,
fund.
they don't qualify for
Okay,
the
so
not-for-profit
now
support.
the pier, does it qualify under the ARPA funds for the allocations that were made? Does it qualify? And you said it does if it's built by 2026.
If it's built by 2026. Yeah, if it's not completed by 2026, it will come out of the general fund.
Better be completed by 2026, for God's sakes. I don't know why it's going, who knows?
You know, what bothers me here is that we have $2 million that are allocated, and you know, we still got the answers of he might, he might not, and you know, if, and this and if, you know, and we need to know answers by now what we're going to do, because if it's not really going to qualify and it's not built by 2026, we need to do something with that money, because we have to. ARPA also ends in 2026.
It has to be spent on
I
our
have no
side as
concerns
well.
with it qualifying. I do have concerns with it being completed by 2026. Dale, are you in agreement with that?
I agree with that, yes.
Okay.
So, you know, to me, and again, we're looking at the, well, I don't know, Commissioner, I guess you know something about being built.
That's a good question. I don't
We
see
talk
anybody-
about this being Bob Hall Pier, but this is allocated for the restaurant portion too, so this is.
But this says must be spent.
No. It has to be complete,
That's what it says right
operational,
here.
right.
That's what the notes you provided to us says right here.
Correct. I can get you additional detail on that. It has to be operational by 2026.
Project has to be completed. The project has to be completed. You know, but again, I'm looking at $2 million that we have, and also the developer when he came to us the last time. Again, another almost $1 million. So we're looking at $3 million that we're going to need for the pier. And if it's not going to be built, or Mike can assure us it's going to be built, I mean, I think we need to reconsider the second tier of that pier, because that was the reason for the monies, right? And if it's not going to fly, you know, I think we just need to look at it and say, hey, you know what? We just need to remove second pier, and then we have the money you need to build the pier. You don't have to even worry about it, you know. But I'm sure there's other areas we can spend the money that Commissioner spend the money, and the judge or whatever. But you know, I'm just bringing it up, Commissioner. I just think we need to do something. You know, we can't be waiting until 25 and then try to get a project and finish it in 1 year if it's going to be a big project, right? Because it's not going to happen. So, I don't know. I mean, my recommendation would be that if, I don't know, unless you can assure us it'll be built.
Yeah, and I think we have to get, I don't know when the engineer's coming in here to give us the 30% design. I don't know where we are on that. I know there's still, I think the Parks Board is still contemplating some decisions on that, and I'm not sure, I don't know if that's right or not either. So, do you want to table it?
We can table.
Well, first we need to have a vote on the extension for the
31st.
The 31st
Yes,
to
so moved.
extend for the beneficiaries to finish with their applications. So.
Wait, to do, wait, which one?
10,
So
right?
moved.
That's not this one, though.
That's agenda item number 10.
We're on 8.
Oh, I thought you asked for that in the beginning. You
Yes,
mentioned
it was-
that in
yeah,
her
she's just
report.
mixing,
Yes,
yeah.
okay. Well, it was in the report that she said, so
And
yes.
can I interject one more thing? Say you get to 2025 and you realize it's not going to be done in time. The funds also have to be obligated by 2024. So it'd be too late to go back and say,
No, you didn't say that.
well, yeah.
No,
they
I'm
have
sorry.
to-
No.
That's why I'm adding that.
No, no.
It's important to know.
Well, that's a good ad.
Yeah,
And I'm reading that now, but I just got this quickly, so.
right.
with all funds obligated by
December 20.
Obligated meaning what? What's obligated?
Signed, obligated to each,
That
yes.
so basically each quarter we do a progress report where we submit to Treasury what we've decided to spend those funds on.
Which we've done. We've obligated
And so
these
by
funds.
December 31st, 2024, you couldn't go back and say, oh, we're not going to use this $2 million on the pier because we don't think it's going to be done. We can use this $2 million on something else because it would have already been obligated.
So we'd have to, so the decision is by December 31st of '24 is our drop dead on the obligation of these funds, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's a good number to have. So that way, we really need to put on the agenda then, Parks Board needs to finish up whatever they're finishing up, and we need to get the designer or the engineer back in here and the consulting engineer and tell us, okay, what is a hard and fast date of finish on this pier? And I get hard and fast as a, right, but if they're saying the end of 26, that's a little dicey. If they're saying, oh, for sure, middle of 25, then that's a different story. Or if they're saying 24, then we'll know for sure in 24 if it's not done, right? So we need to get some ideas from the, well, this is different. This is encouraging news because the first one said it wasn't eligible. Now, which is
I can't speak for Lulu, but I think she was trying to make it fit under a different category, so she wasn't using lost revenue.
It's okay. It is what it is. I just told the world that we might not be eligible. Now it is, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Well,
At least it's better news you're coming with.
Yeah, no, it's
Well, not really.
Based on-
Not even not done by 24.
Yeah.
Not done by
Yeah.
if it's obligated.
So there is no
So can
action
we-
item on this. We'll
could we
move on.
Well, actually, could we table it to coincide?
Well, there's
could
no
be-
action on it. We'll just bring another report back.
Well, no, this is discuss and consider. So what I'm saying is we would just need to table it to include it with the item related to when they bring us the Bob Hall Pier update. So then we could still discuss it as part of that as well. So I would just make a motion to table it to whenever that's going to happen. And
Do
I'm
we
not
have
sure
any
what the
idea
date on
when
that.
you want to set that?
I think it's going to be whenever.
Have
I would say
they
at the
already
latest end of
received
April.
another update?
Let's say latest end of April that we have to, because I just don't know when they're going to bring me that 30% design.
And I would encourage you to work closely with Lulu and Michael for any procurement items you have dealing with Bob Hall Pier, because if it's not procured correctly, you won't be able to use ARPA funds.
Right, but I think that one is we have to go through whatever our normal procurement is, and I think we're going to do that with the pier for sure. So that's not a.
Scott's well aware of that
That's-
process as well, yes.
That's not a question.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not a, yeah.
So your motion is to
Table
bring
it-
this
table it
back?
For the second meeting in April?
We're
Yeah,
tabling everything.
I think that's just to give us, yeah, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, it's fine. Table it.
We have a motion to table and bring this back to the end of the April meeting, the second April meeting. And to also have the Bob Hall Pier update from the engineers, developer on that to come in and give us a report at the same time. We have a motion and a second. I assume you did that, Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Moving on to A9, discuss and consider approval of the American Rescue Plan Act subrecipient policy checklist and internal ARPA funds. This is just a document that states what they have to turn in to you in order to be approved on this, and you have a copy of it in your packets, everyone. I would make a motion to approve. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Moving on to item 10, discuss and consider extending the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA beneficiary nonprofit application submittal deadline due to the SAM.gov Federal Registry delays. And that's for the smaller ones. And I think your date was March 31st, to extend it through March 31st. Do I have a motion on that?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Judge,
Yes.
I apologize. I meant to do a cleanup on number 8. Can we go back to that one real quick?
You tabled it.
I know. So can I withdraw
I thought
my
you can't do
table?
anything with it if you tabled it. I thought we'll have to discuss later.
Oh, actually, it's been tabled.
Yeah.
I can't reconsider it.
No, I don't think so at this
I don't
time.
think you can do anything when you tabled it. We're not really supposed to
Well,
have all
that's
the
okay.
discussion we did.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I accept the ruling.
Moving on to item 11,
Accept.
discuss and consider ratifying the hiring of outside counsel Brian Gaudet with Kilpatrick Townsend and Stockton LLP regarding completion of energy savings performance projects used to the county's capital improvement program.
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second.
Did we have any backup
Any
documentation?
discussion?
It's in there, John?
Did we have it? Maybe it was.
The contract.
They're just helping us to get through with the completion of that job.
Okay. Let's see. 11.
Do you have any other questions? It's in our agenda packet, though, John.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm looking through the attachments I have.
Oh, sorry.
I try to do it all on that, so I don't have papers. Okay, thank
We
you.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to item 3A12, discuss and consider the next Commissioners Court meeting date is March 22nd. Just for announcement or for you to mark on your calendars, we have the State of the County is scheduled for May the 18th for you to put down. Anyone else have any conflict with the March 22nd or want to do anything with our dates for the next meeting?
You
I think
said May
the next
18th,
6
Jen?
are listed on here. May 18th is the State of the County,
Okay.
but our next meeting is March 22nd.
That's good.
Do we need a motion? Do we have to vote on that?
No.
No? Okay. Moving on to item B with the Sheriff's Department. B1 is discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of agreement amendment number 3 with Aramark Correctional Services LLC for RFP 3138-20 Food Management Program for Nueces County Jails for the Sheriff's Office and relating matters. And do you all want to say anything about this, or Michael, are you going to update us on this? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll speak on the sheriff's behalf. We had several meetings with Aramark. They had asked for a multitude of contract changes. What we settled on was the rate increase on the meal costs just due to the current market conditions on the cost of food. And so the sheriff was willing to move forward on this one item, and that's what this amendment is to do. And that'll take care of it. We reviewed it with the county attorney's office, and the sheriff recommends approval.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion, questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. You probably need to stay there, huh? Discuss and consider approval of additional American Rescue Plan Act ARPA allocation to out-of-county incarcerations, sheriff's office, and jail. 3B2, does anyone have the report on that? I know that they turn it in on how much we've been paying for out-of-county. I know also there is an issue with the repairs done in there that the sheriff cannot bring those people back to county just yet because of the work going on in there.
Yes, and it was allocated before, Judge,
Yes.
493,000,
Yes.
but it still is not enough. So they're requesting additional 600,000 through ARPA.
Additional 600?
Through ARPA.
And it's just kind of one time, right? It's not going to be reoccurring?
No, it's going to go through 2023.
Just to clarify.
Yes,
I wanna
it's
make
through
sure that's
2023,
public.
and then we need to reassess the next budget.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
The court approves.
I believe the sheriff just wanted to have an extra safety net, right, for,
Because of the
For use.
repairs and not being, because the numbers are getting down, and he would
Right.
normally be possibly bringing some of those back, but because of the work going on in the jail, we're not able to at this time.
Correct.
So,
We will spend the money, it goes back to the
yes,
ARPA.
it comes back if it doesn't get spent on this item. Yes.
That's correct. This is just through September 2023.
Yes. Did we have a motion? I'm sorry, did I miss that?
Sure, yeah.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, I'll let them do it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez and seconded by Commissioner Hernandez. All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you very much. Moving on to 3B3, discuss and consider authorizing and approving the execution of a contract with Axon Enterprises, Inc.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion
Second.
to approve and a second. Any other discussion?
Has it been vetted by the county attorney?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it has.
Good enough, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Thank you. The motion passes. Moving on to Public Works, we have tabled the first two, number 1 and number 2, going to number 3. Discuss and consider selection of plat options for subdividing the old show barn property required for the development of the Nueces County Animal Care Facility. There are 5 options, I believe, to
That's correct,
select
Judge.
from.
There's 5 options that have been presented by Pioneer Shelters of America. I think the option that has been recommended is option number 3, Judge, which is dividing the property into 3 separate properties. This is a selection, and then once Commissioners Court selects it, then we'll hire an RPLS to provide the documents for the plating purposes, and those would be submitted to the city of to the city of Robstown for approval.
And I did look at this as well. One of the things, I don't know, the commissioners, there was some suggestion about future use in case we ever wanted to sell that or anything. I liked option number 3 as well, personally, when I looked at it and asked the question. So I would make the motion to go with option number 3.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in, go ahead, sorry.
Thank Juan, because the plating issue was something that we really weren't anticipating, but they got on it, and so I thank our staff for working on it, because that was something that we didn't expect City of Robstown to bring up, but it's doing it the right way, I guess, now. Before, we just kind of always worked based on an unofficial agreement, but I agree, Judge, this is, there's been discussions in the past about, do we ever divide it up and maybe sell one part of it, and so I totally agree that this is probably the best layout for that, and it builds in the animal care facility. So, and then of course the pins there in the back that we had built behind the old show barn. So.
Perfect. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you
Commissioners,
very much.
appreciate it.
Moving on to item D1, purchasing. Discuss and consider authorizing an execution of an agreement with Rainey Bates Auctioneers under the TASB by board state contract number 620-20 for online auctioneering services. Do you want to tell us about this, Michael?
So this is the folks that have done the county auctions for years and years. We just had met with county attorneys, and the previous contract was done some time ago, and we are getting really close to being ready to do another auction, and they felt we needed to update that contract, so we reviewed it with them. We're recommending that there were 2 options on how to pay for this thing. I'm recommending the cheaper option, which is a 7.5% commission fee based on the items auctioned.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
And I would add at the end of this that I'll come back when we're ready to do an auction. We'll first probably have a communication that goes out to the folks in the county. If they have any wish to have any of the items that we're proposing to auction, they could get with our office, and we'll be happy to transfer that material to them if they can use it. And then once that's completed, I'll come back to the court with the list of all the items that are going to go to the auction, and y'all will authorize me at that point to perform the auction.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
That
We
way
appreciate
we
it.
avoid anything leaving the building that hasn't been blessed first. So.
Thank you. Item E through the auditor, number 1, approve budget change order number 09 for fiscal year 2022-2023.
Yes, Your Honor, there's only 2 departments requesting that. The main one is our information technology. They've added a little bit of changes, and it has some temporary requirements. The ones for the larger amount of $70,000, they just need to move the category to the proper expense category. When we were trying to do this last year, we missed a few items that should have been properly allocated, so the funds are there to do the allocation. For the salary and temporary that 1240 is requesting, the sheriff's allowing us to take some of the salaries regular from the jail because of the many vacancies to cover the cost. The funds are there for these requests, and I submit budget change order number 9 for your acceptance and approval.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. On item E2, I have a note to table because it is related to another project that we tabled, the transferring, I think, Commissioner.
For Hilltop,
Yes,
that's correct.
Yes, for Hilltop. So we're going to table it to the same, I think we brought Hilltop back to which date?
To 22nd, March
To
22nd.
March 22nd.
Second, if that was a motion.
Okay, there is a motion and a second to table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Now, E3, approve final budget change order number 23 for fiscal year 2021-22.
Every year we have to bring this up to you when we were finalizing our annual financial report, and that's what we're doing now. We're just clearing up some numbers to make sure there's no negative budget throughout the entire county, and some of them we'll see a few minor changes here and there. Just to give you some clearance on some. Some don't really need some, but we're trying to give everyone a little bit of cushion. These are our balances for last year. This should make our annual financial report that we're about ready to submit in March 31st clean as clean as could be, and there should be no negative budget that we are aware of. I know it's a very long thing, but we do this every year, and we submit budget change order number 23 for fiscal year 21-22 for your acceptance and approval. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The next, Human Resources is tabled. The executive session was just a report. We're waiting to, we are at adjournment in memory. Do we have any of those?
I have one.
Yes, Commissioner Gonzalez. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, you, I'm sorry.
This is Richard Caminati, passed away on Saturday, February 25th, 2023, at the age of 85. Richard was born on March 28th, 1937, in Belgium, Palestine, to the late Sam and Rose Caminati. Richard served in the United States Army and later owned his own business, Richard Shoes. He loved the beach, fishing, and spending time with his family. Richard was a man of honor, respect, and kindness. He loved helping people whenever he had the opportunity, and his family was his absolute pride and joy of his life. Richard is survived by his son Sam and daughter-in-law Missy Caminati of Corpus Christi, Texas, grandson Anthony Matthew, siblings Gloria Gilton, Barbara Caminati, and Jeanette Caminati of Waco, Texas, nephews Jonathan Gilton, Michael Floyd, and Monica Hensel. He is preceded in death by his amazing wife of 45 years, Jeanette Caminati, and his loving sister Dolores Caminati. And they had the visitations this week, and also the funeral was yesterday.
Yes, I know the Canavati family very well, and our condolences to the family.
Condolences
very
to the
much.
family and prayers, and I know that the family will miss him.
Very much so. Commissioner Modas, I think you said you had one as well.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Father Ahmad Ramirez passed last Friday, March 3rd. He was born in Mathis, Texas in 1943, was later married to Enedelia Mares Ramirez, my grandfather's sister. He was the last of the aunts and uncles that my dad had, or either parent had still living, so this was a special passing to us. He was well known in San Patricio. He grew up and lived in Mathis his entire life. He was actually appointed and then elected as constable in Precinct 5 there in San Patricio County. I actually got into politics before he did, but he was always a politician at heart and a community servant, having been a volunteer fire chief there in Mathis and served in the police department and then finally into the sheriff's office and then the constable's office. Public visitation in Rosary will be this evening and burial will be tomorrow morning, and so just very honored to have had him as an uncle, right? Even though he's not blood, but when you're part of the family that long, that's your aunt, that's your uncle, and he's definitely was my Theo from birth, and we're just very grateful to have had him. He loved his family and his extended family very much, and obviously his community, and there's been just a tremendous outpouring. Many people in Nueces County that knew him as well, and so we are sad that he's gone, but thankful that we know that he is in peace now with all this family that's gone before him. So very difficult time for my family, especially for my dad, for my mom, but we are definitely always having a smile on our face, just thinking of the memories that we have of Theo Valdez. So.
Thank you. Our condolences to you and your family as well while you go through this. Yes. Commissioner Chesney has one as well.
Thank you, Judge, and yes, condolences, Commissioner Matas. Mine is Marilyn Eloise Harvey, also known as Murr, passed away at her home peacefully surrounded by her family and friends on February 25th, 2023 at the age of 87. Marilyn was born in Beeville, Texas on March 10, 1935 to the late Wallace D. Bill McNeil and the late Laurie Eloise Baker McNeil. She grew up in Mathis, where she graduated from Mathis High School, attended Southwestern University and the University of Houston. She returned to Mathis and taught school for a year before marrying her high school sweetheart, Kenneth Stone Harvey. They moved to Beeville in '58, began raising their family. Her daughter, Laurie, and her brother both live here in Corpus Christi. She's survived by Michael Harvey and wife Stacy and one daughter Laurie Cazalis and husband Tim. She was a wonderful lady and wanted to pass on our condolences to the Harvey and Cazalis family during this time of loss. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Condolences to that family as well. Are there any others?
I've got one, Judge.
Yes, Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes, it's my uncle, my wife's uncle, Ernesto Carrington, from Robstown, Texas. He passed away a few days ago. Burial's today. And my condolences to his wife, Antonia Carrington, his son, Willie Carrington, and has a son that preceded him in death, Carlitos Carrington. So I just want to tell everybody from Robstown, I know we got a lot of friends over there. Keep them in prayer, please. Thank you.
Absolutely, I agree. If we do send our condolences to each of these families out here, so thank you. That will conclude our meeting. It is 12:56, and this meeting is adjourned.
Difference of opinion on this?
So you make a motion to reconsider?
We can't yet.
Oh.
She's waiting on the camera guy to get back. As soon as she gets the camera guy on, then we'll make the motion and go back in. We have to have a unanimous vote because he tabled, we're out.
The internet cameras, not the room cameras.
Okay. Next steps or?
It
Apparently.
might be taking away that 2 million on.
I mean, apparently, I mean, that's.
Yeah. I've never gone back in after a meeting, so I guess.
It's fine, it's reconvened.
Giving me time to sign all this.
Okay, we're back. with the
We're
cameras.
back?
Yes, and turn the volume back on.
Okay. Tell me when you're ready, Connie.
Oh, we're ready.
Do I have to do everything, announce time, everything, or just go?
You need to gavel back in.
Okay.
Reconvene.
We are reconvening. It is 1:04 to address one item on the agenda that Commissioner Chesney is wanting to bring back. You have to make the motion.
I think it's his
I'd like
agenda.
to
did
make
you
I'd like to
table
make a
it?
motion that we,
Reconsider.
Bring back
yeah,
3A8.
we rescind the table that we had on 3.8.
I have to do it, I'm sorry, she's telling me I have to do it because I
I
made
thought you
it, sorry.
did because you made it. Yeah.
I'd make a motion to reconsider 3A8, discuss and consider any all-American Plan Rescue allocations that was put on the table, and I would ask that that be a motion to reconsider.
Second.
And that is item 3A8. Is that what you're saying it is? Is that?
Yes.
Sorry. We have a motion and a second. This will require unanimous vote. Do all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. We're good. We're back on. So 3A8, discuss and consider any and all American Rescue Plan Act allocations and other related matters. I believe this is just on one clarification on the Bob Hall Pier allocation.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean.
So I just confirmed, I was talking, like, did you take into consideration to Kalen that the allocation was specific for the restaurant? Because that was a motion given last year by the court, and she did not. So we have more info because that particular specification changes the American Rescue Plan funding.
Okay, and how does that change?
So if it's any property that the county owns, and if you own the infrastructure that the restaurant is in, you can use the American Rescue Plan Act money for it. Any building leasehold improvements that are done that modify it to become a restaurant would not be qualified. Is that, Dale, are you in agreement, Jeff?
Yes, as we mentioned, we own the entire facility, the entire restaurant, and the restaurant is a leased agreement with whoever we lease the restaurant to, but the building and the area, other buildings are all owned by the county.
So can we use it or not use it?
You can use it for to build the infrastructure, not for any improvements that modify it to become a restaurant. So the building itself is part of the pier, correct?
Oh, you're saying the second story is what you're,
Yeah,
Saying you
essentially,
can't
yes.
use it to modify anything already there.
Correct.
So
But
you
would
could
not
use
be
it to expand the first floor because it's a modification of the existing building, but you can't modify the second floor? Or?
You can't add
I
another
think
building.
you can't do it at all, it sounds like.
You can't add another building on top of that.
You can build the pier with the funds. We need funds to build the pier, correct? How much is the entire,
We own, it's a pier,
okay?
and then we own a building right next to it that's the restaurant, has been the restaurant.
And it was,
Part of it has all been torn down,
okay?
but the remaining structure was also part of the restaurant. So the question is,
So the funds aren't for the pier itself?
correct.
No.
Therefore, the building of the second story of the restaurant, that was the specific motion made.
Allocation.
That we didn't have before.
I would I would like to get back to you at the next meeting on that.
Okay. So,
But if we didn't have the building before, you're gonna add.
I don't see where the American Rescue Plan Act would allow you to build a restaurant, if that's the question.
even though it was a restaurant before,
Correct.
and that would be the lost revenue, because that's what we lose the revenue in.
Right.
So you're asking for more time to go and,
I mean, I can
No, no,
check, but I don't see where that would qualify.
tell me why it doesn't qualify then.
The county, that's where I need to do a little more research. I did all my research on the pier itself. So the county would spend its funds to rebuild a pier, correct? That was ruined by a hurricane.
Correct.
Would the county use its funds in a normal course of business to build a restaurant?
It's not building a new restaurant. The building is there. It's modifying the restaurant that is already there.
Well, part of the funds are already being allocated to rebuild the part that's been torn
Right.
down.
Right.
There was two sections of the restaurant, one part torn down with the pier.
Okay.
One part is an independent, and it's still standing.
And the question, let me just clarify, the question is not the restaurant, the pier, is the second tier. We didn't have a second tier. So we gave more money to build a second tier. So that's the question that I don't think we can build a second tier.
I
Because it
wouldn't.
wasn't there to begin
New
with.
infrastructure, no.
That's what I'm getting at.
So it could be used to potentially expand.
Yeah.
And so you already have funds allocated for the pier itself. I'm trying to think how we can make this work.
Yes, we have funds allocated for the pier that are not ARPA. All of it is not ARPA.
None of that.
And then we allocated $2 million for the second-story expansion. That was the specific motion, second-story expansion of the restaurant. Already funds to rebuild the part of the first floor that needs to be rebuilt, not ARPA. Then there's the other part that stays there. There's going to be some some refurbishment on that one. Then the specific motion was,
For ARPA to build an additional.
Correct.
Then no. That wouldn't qualify.
so that wouldn't qualify because it's not existing?
Correct.
Okay. And you feel like we're
I would much rather get you a final answer next meeting,
Okay,
but.
that's fine, because
yeah.
And that's the same thing we did with Vulcan Camp, but what was it?
Broken chain.
Broken
went
chains.
down.
No new
Yeah.
construction.
You said no
Right.
because they wanted to
No
build
new
a building.
construction. Everything that you improve, yes, it could, that we own, you know.
because I got
New
that.
construction is not something that qualifies on the American Rescue Plan.
You said no because they wanted to build a building.
That's correct.
It didn't exist.
That's correct. That was the situation.
Okay.
That's why.
All right, well then, on that, then we'll just, I guess, still have to come back, but I think it's important that we got that information out there, because we've gone from thinking we can again to now we can't again. So we need to clarify that so that we're clear with the public on what we can and can't do. And then Judge,
I would certainly like clarification because of the funds that were allocated out of mine, that if I can use that money elsewhere, I need to move on with another project. I think we've had multiple discussions on it is, it isn't, it is, it isn't. Then if they do the second story, then if the erosion and the rust, it's like so. But the next meeting, I think we need clarification and to decide one way or the other to move forward or
Judge, while we have this one open, I just need to do that quick clarification on that cleanup that I missed the first time around. And that is, I need to reallocate or need to unallocate the $600,000 that was allocated to Santa Maria because we allocated the CBDG funds to that instead. So my motion for that is to reallocate that back to Precinct 4 general qualified ARPA funds, and that would be my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to unallocate your funds that you previously allocated. And is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 I'd like to make a motion too that the money that was allocated to the pier for the second tier, so we're not going to be able to utilize that money. Make a motion that the court discontinues, how do I say that, discontinue the process of the second tier, since we don't have those $2 million. I really don't have $3 million because there's another $1 million short from the developer when he saw us last time. So now we talk about $3 million for the tier. So my motion would be to eliminate the second tier of the restaurant.
Second.
Do we have, but that's the answer you were going to get us, or no?
That was the answer I was going to get you.
So we don't know. You're saying if that happens, then you want to take that action,
If she gets
Commissioner?
us the clarification that you
I
want.
just would like to wait to
Yes.
hear what she has to say before we make a motion. I don't want to commit us now.
Motion be made, and then when she comes back with the answer. If she says no,
He
says we
wants to
can
do
do it,
away
we can
with
do
it.
it.
He wants to do away with it anyway, so.
Yeah.
Either way, okay, I mean, all right,
I mean, he says we can do it, we can do it, then we.
I'll go with that.
So is that a
Then we gotta go
motion?
back
Can we
and
have
tell
that
the other
motion?
people why we
Can
can't
we
do
do
theirs.
that?
So,
So is your motion,
so that's my motion.
what is your, tell me, what is
Well,
your?
the motion is to eliminate the second tier of the restaurants.
Discussions of the second tier to eliminate that.
Constructing
Yeah.
a second floor of the restaurant.
To relieve the county of the obligation when we allocated the money for the second tier.
It goes back to the commissioners that allocated those funds back into their funds.
Can we do that in two motions? Like, I mean, obviously, if the court votes to do
First,
that, then I'm okay, but
do-
I don't want to vote against me getting my money back, but I don't want to.
Okay,
Come on, man.
so we have a motion and a second to discontinue the discussions or the projects of the second tier of,
He's saying, he wants to eliminate second tier.
yes, to eliminate the second tier obligation of the county towards the, and so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Are you going to ask for?
Any opposed?
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, no.
No.
3-2. The motion passes to discontinue on the second story of the restaurant for the Bob Hall Pier.
Now I'll make another motion that whatever funds were allocated by the judge or the commissioner, the money goes back into their account.
So I'll second that one.
We have that is no fair. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Just, I have a question on that.
Yes,
So
go ahead, Commissioner.
how much are we talking that
2
goes back?
million, 1
$2
million
million.
each.
That was the commissioner's money separately?
Yes,
Correct.
and the county judges.
And
And
the
the
county
judge.
judge? and
Yes,
the
so
county
it just
judge.
goes
1
back
million
into our
each.
funds.
Okay.
Yes, unallocated ARPA funds.
And so the estimated overall, just to help me talk out loud, so it was 30, so it could drop to 28 if we don't get a favorable opinion at the next meeting. Is that right? The
was
scope of the
30.
project,
That wasn't part of the motion.
30 to 28, is that what would end up happening?
That
It was
wasn't part of the
30.
motion.
Judge,
Project?
I just made a motion, I didn't even consider that anymore.
No, but I'm
What was
just
your
trying to figure out where we're at with the money. So this would change the
This was-
size, the scope of the project, and the price tag.
well, I'm going to make a motion to reallocate mine to Bob Hall Pier, the reconstruction
I
of
think
Bob Hall
that's
Pier.
right.
That she's telling me I can do, so I want to keep
Absolutely.
my million, not my million, my allocation, I want to keep that in the Bob Hall Pier allocation so that the pier is not underfunded. So I'm going to make that motion that that million that was just reallocated back would be allocated towards
Reconstruction of the pier.
Bob Hall Pier construction
Gotcha.
and not related to.
I second that.
That helps me. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Second that motion.
We have a motion and a second by Commissioner Chesney to reallocate his allotment to the Bob Hall Pier,
Construction.
not to the restaurant. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Clear as mud.
Yeah, I'm confused. Now, do we have any other discussion? We've already done adjournments in memory. Are we done? Anybody else, any allocations, any money? It is 1:17. We are now closed. The meeting is adjourned. Turn us off. Get everybody gone.